World Champions of Baseball.
Phillies are world champions.
It feels good. It feels so good right now.
We have arrived at the moment to party, Philadelphia. 28 years in the making, and we're looking live now on a city of very loyal sports fans.
That's right, Tim. You know, we've been waiting patiently all these years, and yet here it is. And wow, does Philadelphia know how to throw a party?
We certainly do, and we're going to find out in just a few moments. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim Lake.
And I'm Renee Chenault-Fattah, live here at Citizens Bank Park. Now, this is where the celebration is going to culminate, right here. That is, of course, after the Parade of Champions makes its way down Broad Street, while hundreds of thousands, maybe even who knows what, 1 million fans look on. We've waited a long time for this.
All right, now, before we get started with the big party, let's take another look at that magical moment in Game 5 that got us to where we are here today.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. The Philadelphia Phillies are 2008 World Champions of Baseball.
Oh, that's the classic call from Harry Callis, the voice that'll go down in history. We're going to be listening to this for years and years to come. Their second World Series title in franchise history for the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, let's get back to the tour at hand here.
Well,
look at this crowd in Center City, Philadelphia.
Tim, you know what? That was actually the night of the win, the victory, sending fans flooding into the streets. Chopper 10 live over Center City. This was Wednesday night, folks. Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? As thousands reveled in Philadelphia's first major sports title in 25 years.
That was a crowd, I think, that just amazed everybody because it spilled out into the city streets, seemingly, Renee, within minutes of when the Phillies won and clinched the series. And it was just incredible, lined all up and down Broad Street, the Northeast, even out into the suburbs. We had pictures of people rallying and celebrating and partying well into the night.
Wasn't that an amazing shot of all those people under Billy Penn? When you talk about the curse of Billy Penn finally coming to an end, it's just, you know...
All right,
we're all going to remember that night.
Well, what we have now is Broad Street is completely open because that's where the parade is going to be. It starts at 20th and Market any moment now. It's going to come around City Hall, down Broad Street to the sports complex. They're actually going to go into the link first, and then they're going to come across the street over here to Citizens Bank Park. And we, of course, here at NBC 10 have our entire team of NBC 10 anchors and reporters up and down this parade route to cover every single base for you.
That's right, and it all started early. You see this picture here. People started arriving at the bleachers at 20th and Market around 6 o'clock this morning. I heard reports of people getting out at 1 o'clock this morning to get a good spot. They were dressed in warm jackets, huddled under blankets, just to be sure, of course, to get a good spot for today's historic Phillies Parade of Champions through our city. All right, now, check this out. We've got well, this right now is the field. This is where the celebration
doesn't look like that now.
No, it doesn't. Trust me, in a few hours, this place is going to be packed with Philly fans who have waited so long. You hear people talking about growing up in this city and waiting for this day when they would actually be able to have a parade of champions to end in this field here in celebration.
There are reports of people getting out at midnight, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, staking their claim along Broad Street so they could see the parade. And also, the Citizens Bank Park is slowly filling up, but the big crush of people, of course, will come as the parade makes its way closer. Traffic-wise, Renee, there have been some serious problems this morning, especially with SEPTA riders.
Big problems. Now, okay, we've got the shot there for you of the World Series. Yes, that's right. We are the World Series champions. But Tim, you know, you were talking about problems of people on SEPTA trying to get in to see the parade. Why don't we check in with one of our reporters out there right now to see what's going on? Justin Peasy can bring us up to date on what's going on, where he is.
What's up to date is we're at 20th and Market, and this parade is getting started. There is the Philly Fanatic and 3 flatbed trucks holding the Phillies players and their wives and families. We are ready to get started. You can see the flashing lights. Look at this crowd waiting to see them. They have been chanting. They are 25 people deep, and these people have waited 25 years for this day. You can see the look on people's faces. This is what they've been waiting for, and they have gotten a peek at the Fanatic, who is leading this parade. The Philadelphia Police Highway Patrol is in front of them, and you can see the Fanatic dancing. He hasn't danced like this in 28 years. We're at 20th and Market, where the parade is just moments from getting underway. The players are on 3 flatbed trucks, and there's another truck behind it with all the sports people. Jade and John are on it. We're going to hear from them throughout the parade. And we're ready to get this going. We already have some ticker tape on the ground, and these fans are going to go wild when this parade starts any second from now. Tim and Renee, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Justin. We'll be checking back with you, of course, throughout the next hour.
All right, let's now continue our coverage inside Citizens Bank Park here. Let's pull out our binoculars. Can you find Vi down there? He has a Hawaiian lei on. You should be able to pick him out. Sunglasses.
There is only one Vi Sikahema. Hey, Vi.
Hey, guys, I am here, and I'm wearing a lei that was given to me by Shane Victorino's family, so this is a little shout-out to them. I've got with me former Phillies pitcher Larry Christensen. Larry, you were a part of the 1980 team. The team is about to get on those floats and make their way down here. Nobody here in the stadium knows what it's like to be on a float and ride down Broad Street. You have, and you know what that's like. Tell us what that feeling is like.
Well, it's a great feeling. It's going to be a special day, and number one, they have a beautiful day to have a parade.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so do the fans, and so does the organization, and the 2008 World Champion Phillies. And let me make that perfectly clear that it's their parade. It's not ours, but I was there in 1980. It was special. We loaded up at the Art Museum, and I'll never forget when we got on those floats and started the parade. But coming around City Hall and when straightening out on Broad Street is when they'll really feel it and hear it more than anything. And then certainly we ended up at JFK Stadium, but they're going to end up in this ballpark here where they won the World Championship. So there'll be half of the people probably that were over at JFK when we finish there, but it's going to be really exciting, and for all the fans and all the people here, it's very special.
As a former player and getting ready to board that float, Larry, did you guys get any sleep the night before? I mean, was there any sleep? And you guys got to be so tired, yet you're up and you're energized because of the crowd.
Well, that's a good point, and I may be dead wrong, but I think I'm 100% right that we went home that night and whatever, and ended up having to get up in the morning and come right down. We got on that float the next day. After the win, after the very next morning, we had to go to the museum at like 9 o'clock in the morning or something, and I remember barely going, whoa, I got to get going. And so it was the very next day. Here they've had plenty of time to come down a little bit and relax and have some parties, and really the organization and the city can plan for this parade. Although ours was very special, I think this is going to be the biggest one ever. And
now you're here as a father today, so you're bringing your daughters. Were they around in 1980 at all?
No.
So this is the first time.
I was very single in 1980.
Okay, this is new, and a new experience for them. What's it like for the families?
Well, it's a wonderful thing. I know you mentioned the Victorinos. Their seats are right in front of my. I'm a season ticket holder, by the way, and so I'm a Phillies client now. I'm just a former player and a client. But the Victorinos and their family and everybody in from Hawaii and wherever else, and it's families for them. It's wonderful. But if I recall that my family, they were still hunkered out when I left, and they didn't get to the parade because it wasn't really something that they would have been comfortable in doing. But I think all these families that are in this organization can kind of come here. There was no place for us to go then, or the families really. They were kind of on their own. Everything's really teed up nicely for families here, and also the families of the fans, and all of the people that said they used to watch me are now really old.
They're now sitting with you.
And you say you didn't get to watch, and my daughter certainly didn't get to see me pitch, but that's why I'm here, because we're so excited about that victory and how everything is lit up and exciting in Philadelphia right now.
Larry Christensen, you're very gracious to come join us. Appreciate it. By the way, you look great. You look like you can still pitch.
Thank you. I don't think so.
All right, Tim and Renee, back to you guys.
All right, Vi, thank you. By the way, you and your camera have the best location in the house. No question.
Yeah, they truly do. Well, you heard Larry Christensen say it, and you've also heard the players say it on Wednesday night, that this is really about the fans, which, I mean, just, drives home how crazy this city is about the Phillies, the fact that they realize that they are doing it for the fans. So let's head down to some of those fans. I know Tim Furlong is with a group of fans at Broad and Passyunk. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys, I'll tell you what, this really is a baseball city. I don't care what anybody says. We do get excited when other teams are playing, but I'll tell you, this is at heart a baseball city. Look at all these people out here. I mean, come on, it doesn't get any better than this. No better than this. We're on Broad and Passyunk, and let me tell you, as you watch these people, it is getting packed down here. This parade is a long ways from getting down here to where these people are waiting down here in South Philly, but they've been here for hours at this point, shooting their silly string, hanging out, getting their seats. We're having a great time. People are just so pumped up by this team. Who are you guys waiting to see? Who are you guys waiting to see?
Shane Victorino.
We're here to see it is an absolute party out here on Broad Street, guys. We're having a great time, and everybody's really well behaved, very positive, and having just a lot of fun. This is exactly how this is supposed to feel. This is a Philadelphia party for the Philadelphia fans, and we are happy to be here, getting hit with silly string. I wish it was red silly string. At least it would go better with the colors. But guys, we'll check in with you a little bit later.
All right, Philadelphia knows how to throw a party, don't we?
Absolutely. And, of course, the fans are starting now to pull into Citizens Bank Park to watch the ceremonies, which will be going on right behind us. And don't forget, we're going to be here throughout the day. We've got several cameras all over both the stadiums here in the complex. We're going to show you every step of the way for the big celebration right here.
That's right. We'll be right back with much more.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Welcome back to NBC 10's live coverage of the Parade of Champions in honor of our 2008 World Series champions, the Philadelphia Phillies. Right now you're looking at a live picture of Broad Street where the Parade of Champions is all set. Look at the folks down there, Tim. And how can we forget the Fanatic?
Absolutely. Leading or in the very beginning of the parade, he's going to have a spectacular time and certainly a big hit with the kids. The Philly Fanatic, voted recently as the most popular mascot in professional sports for baseball teams.
I can believe that.
And there he is, about to head over towards City Hall and make the curve and down South Broad Street, all the way down here to the Lincoln Financial Field and then over to Citizens Bank Park. And what a beautiful view on a gorgeous day from
Absolutely. Every step of the way lined by just a sea of red. I've never seen a parade like this in this city. I mean, I was here back in 1980, but I can't say I actually remember it, but I was here. But I have never seen so many people out on the streets of Philadelphia today in a sea of red, a show of support for our Philadelphia Phillies.
Crowd estimates, of course, in the millions, and this may actually top the biggest crowd we've had for a parade, which was in '74 for the Philadelphia Flyers and their
Stanley Cup
victory. Because keep in mind, they've waited so long for this very parade.
All right, why don't we, as we're looking at Billy Penn, why don't we check in with Deanna Durante, who's down there in that crowd on Broad Street. Hey, Deanna.
Hi, Tim and Renee. You know, things here seem pretty calm, but once this group here realizes that they are on TV right now, I think that they're going to start cheering for us. Yes, there we go, guys. They're trying to save up their energy for when the Phillies come by. You can see all along Broad Street, it is packed with people. If you look at the parking garages over here, each floor lined with people that are waiting to see their world champion Philadelphia Phillies come on down to Broad Street. I want to bring you down here to a couple you've heard of people who came out about 1 o'clock in the morning. We've met people who were here all night long. They got hotel rooms here on Broad Street. They were out here at 6 a.m. They were setting up. One family down the street here even brought scaffolding for the entire family to put them above street level so that they would be able to see. Another impressive group of people. If we could take a look over here at the balcony at the Wachovia Bank building, it is triple lined with people waiting to see the Philadelphia Phillies come on down Broad Street. We have a number of people here on cell phones that actually have spotters up at the start of the parade. So they've gotten word that the parade has begun, so now they just can't wait to see the team come on down here. Tim and Renee.
All right, Deanna, that's interesting because back in 1980, we didn't have all the modern communication devices we have now, so everybody's, coordinating with each other and finding out what's going on.
Absolutely. And, of course, we saw the folks on the balcony at the Wachovia Center. I guess if you're along Broad Street, that's certainly the vantage place to be.
Oh, yeah.
You're up there high. You're able to see what's going on. And I think we have a Dee Dee Roy who is in a balcony at the Kimmel Center to
look
give
at
us.
That view.
It doesn't get any better than that, Aditi.
Oh, it sure can. You feel like you're at the top of the world, quite literally. Tim and Renee, this is one of those days where you feel so lucky to be in the city of Philadelphia, and this is why. This really tells the entire story under the watchful eye of Billy Penn. Take a look at Broad Street. Right now, Broad Street is pretty much the only thing that's parting our Red Sea of fans. Hundreds of thousands of fans, all of them have started lining up in the wee hours of the morning. We've been here for several hours, and you just feel lucky to be up here. Now, we're on the third floor balcony of the Kimmel Center. Folks at the Kimmel Center have organized a little nice party for people who want to take part in looking at this view. Now, across the way, you can see a lot of these buildings have people filled up. Doubletree Hotel right across the way, you can see the fans are filling up the balconies, all 4 floors of the balconies up there. These fans have cheered on SEPTA buses, they've cheered on police cars that they've made their way through the street. They've also cheered on a guy in red boxers that we saw earlier. So they are just ready to cheer on their Philadelphia Phillies. And the anticipation here with Tim and Renee is just off the charts.
Okay, Aditi. Well, I vote for your location as the best for the parade route, and I also know who has the best location for Citizens Bank Park.
That's right. Well, I would say us, but I think maybe Vi Sikahema might disagree with that because he's down there on the field. Hey, Vi.
Hey, Tim and Renee, you know how you know this is a big deal? You know it's a big deal when Channel 10 busts out the great equipment. We got these headsets that you guys are also wearing. By the way, the technicians, make sure you get these back when we're done here today because I have a tendency to walk off with equipment, as you guys all know. I wanted to have you look back here at the staging area. This is where the players, manager, Charlie Manuel, they're going to be sitting in that staging area. And then the Jumbotron, they're showing the parade. We're watching it here for the folks that are inside Citizens Bank Park. And a roar comes up from the crowd every time they show the people that are out there. I can't imagine what's going to happen by the time the players actually see the float as it comes down. And there's a picture of the float. And the folks here in Citizens Bank Park, they're actually seeing this as they're sitting. So they're getting all juiced up. They're getting excited for that. But as they come in here, sometime later this afternoon, they'll make their way around the entire park, the perimeter of the park inside, and let the fans wave. And the players will be allowed to wave, of course. And then they'll have a list of speakers included. Among the speakers, well, there's Jamie Moyer right there with his family, as you're seeing it right there. And among the speakers that are expected to speak today, Mayor Nutter, David Montgomery, the Phillies president, and manager Charlie Manuel. Of course, you'll probably hear from some of the players. There's Jay Roll and his family. Much more, and everybody here is anticipating a big turnout, and they can't wait for the players to get here. Tim and Renee, back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Vi. We just saw that picture of Jimmy Rollins taking pictures of people. I guess that's what you do when you're on a float. While people are taking pictures of you, you're taking pictures of them. But it's beautiful to see the players there, to have their families. And of course, Deanna had a young man who I guess had called out sick from school today, but he had his parents with him, which just tells you this really is sort of a family event. I've heard parents say that, they were bringing their kids to this because it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Let's check in with Justin Peasy, who is down there on 20th and Market right now. Hey, Justin, do you hear me?
Yes, we're just getting started. This parade is underway. You can see Jay Roll there waiting. There's Jay Roll taking pictures and video, and this crowd is just going nuts. We just got underway, and the fans are just as happy as the players. And here comes the second truck full of players. We're waiting to see who's on there. And people just have their mouths open on the sidewalk, screaming and cheering and clapping. And there is Ryan Howard waving because this is the Phillies day. What an incredible moment. And there's Chase Utley at the front. Let's take a look at the front. There's Chase Utley up front and Ryan Howard. And you can hear these fans. Our MVP must be on there too because we can hear them cheering.
All right, Justin, so it's official. The 2008 Parade of Champions, the Philadelphia Phillies, is now underway in Center City, Philadelphia. Off to just a little bit of a late start, which of course is understandable. The scheduled arrival here at Citizens Bank Park was initially at about 1:45, so Renee, that's probably going to push it just a little bit past 2 o'clock.
Right, probably around 2 o'clock, which could well give all those people who are stuck at SEPTA stations a little bit of extra time to get here to Citizens Bank Park to see the celebration that's going to be greeting our champions when they arrive here at the ballpark. But just a lot of excitement here today.
A couple of things I noticed slightly different from what you saw in 1980 was all the electronics that we have today. Video cameras on the floats, people taking pictures of the crowd themselves, their families, and also whatever that is in the air that's not ticker tape that we've seen from so many parades in the past, that's gone too.
Right,
and again, this parade route is making its way to City Hall, which of course is just mobbed with people because there's so much open space as it comes around City Hall and then heads south on Broad Street. This is kind of like a Mummers Parade in reverse.
Right, exactly. But beautiful weather. Usually with the Mummers Parade, you're standing out there cold. We could not have asked for a better day. Glenn had been telling us all week that the weather was going to cooperate on Friday, which of course is also Halloween. It's kind of easy to forget that, given all of the excitement that's taking place in the city around our Phillies.
We certainly have lucked out weather-wise too, because you know what we came through with the previous bowl games.
Right.
If it were rain today, can you imagine what that would be like? But at any rate, we have a beautiful, gorgeous day outside today, and as the floats are making their way down Broad Streets, we can occasionally make out some of the players, their families, other dignitaries, the Phillies administration, staff, and what have you, on these various flatbed trucks that are now making their way towards City Hall in Center City, Philadelphia.
It's interesting to see where all of the players, their family, the organization are all on these moving floats. When I first heard about this route going from 20th and Market around City Hall all the way down Broad Street to here, I was thinking it would take hours, but this parade should actually move pretty quickly when you consider that it's literally moving.
And look at the crowds there on the left.
Yes.
They've got to be 15, 18, 20 people deep, and it's just a sea of red because, as you know, in the past couple of days, people have flooded all the sporting goods stores and just bought up Phillies merchandise that may actually set a record. I think it was a few years ago in Boston where Major League Baseball said that the record for merchandise buying was actually set.
Right.
And what's a guess? That hopefully we can break that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, especially with Christmas and the holidays right around the corner and the colors of red and white. I could see where there's going to be a really marketing bonanza surrounding our Phils for some time to come.
All right, Vi Sikahema is on the field. I know, Vi, you're watching this as well. From your vantage point, are you? I see Philly Fanatic there on the right, and then some of the players and their families on the left. Vi?
Tim and Renee, I am watching this down here, and you know, the crowd erupts every time they see a player that they recognize. When Charlie Manuel's face was shown just a few moments ago, the crowd erupted here in the park. The seats aren't quite filled in here, but people are waving, and Cole Hamels, they're seeing Cole Hamels on the screen, and they're just erupting with applause, and it's just amazing. You know, when you think about it, Tim and Renee, a whole generation of Philadelphians have never been a part or have ever seen anything like this. It's been 25 years since the last parade here in 1983 when the Sixers won it, 28 years going back to the Phillies, so the last time the Phillies had one. So, you know, if you're in college, you've never seen this. And maybe, you know, you might be out of college and working in your first job and in your first home, and you've never seen anything like this. So for a whole generation of Philadelphians, this is not only incredible, but it's a first-time event for them.
Yes, Vi, and certainly one we will not soon forget. Now, there's the police departments with the motorcycle escort coming down through. We got to say the police department has just played a major role in this event with security and what have you, and there are several Philadelphia corporations that have chipped in to help pay the expenses, which are just enormous.
Sure.
The overtime for the police and also the cleanup that will happen afterward. So, you know, a salute to all these large corporations in Philadelphia for helping out to put this parade on as well.
As well as the city. I mean, people, I think, marveled at on Wednesday night and all of the activity and unfortunately some of the destruction that took place on Broad Street. And then that very next morning, Thursday, because the city worked overtime, you really almost could not tell that anything had happened. I mean, the streets were cleaned and there was a great deal of orderliness about it. And certainly they're going to have their work cut out for them today when you see all the paper and all the people that are out. But I just have to stress how just excited and happy people are. I mean, this really is a family event and activity that I think is probably going to carry on throughout the whole weekend. And there they are.
All right, Broad, and is it?
They're around 16th
Street, near City
16th,
Hall. So,
approaching City Hall.
That's where the action is right now,
Right.
and this has got to be a magical moment for the Phillies, too. I mean, what a team. The personalities, the celebrity, you know, we grew to know these players very intimately. Ryan Howard was brought on. Suddenly we had just this major home run hitter to join the other home run hitters we had. And, you know, this team just blossomed into what they've become today, and it all culminates with this parade. They've got to be just as proud as everyone else.
Absolutely. I tell you what, why don't we check in with Doug Schimel, who is around Dilworth Plaza right now, to let us know what's going on there. Doug, can you hear us?
Yes, we can, and they're about a block to the west of us at 16th, and we're at 15th and Market on the west side of City Hall, and this is a pretty majestic shot right here. This sort of sums it up. You've got ribbons of 30, 40, 50 people deep going back on each side. You've got people perched on rooftops, the glass subway stop, probably places they shouldn't be, but it doesn't seem to matter right now. When you take a look at this shot and you hear that crowd, that's where it all sort of comes together. Parades like this, as you well know, don't move that quickly because people have been gathering here for hours and they sort of want to savor that moment, and if they move through here, it's not a long parade, they almost feels like they haven't gotten their money's worth, so to speak. But this is a marvelous shot here. This is where it turns to the left or the south around the corner of City Hall, and of course they've got another turn or two in order to head down Broad Street. So at any rate, we're going to let you soak in the sights and the sounds. I'm Doug Schimel here on the best perch along the parade route. Back to you guys.
I love that. Everybody's claiming the best vantage point. They're all great vantage points.
I was going to say, everybody's very happy with their perch. And of course, if you're sitting at home or you're at work or you're the school cafeteria watching this, I say you probably have the best perch in town in terms of watching our Parade of Champions. We'll be right back with much more coverage.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Welcome back to NBC 10's live coverage of the Parade of Champions. You're watching the parade making its way slowly down Broad Street. I tell you, this has been some 28 years that people have waited for this day, and as you can see, the fans are out in force. The parade started about 12:20, which is about 20 minutes behind schedule, and it's expected to arrive here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll take a guess, maybe around 2 o'clock.
All right, you see those
but
crews
who's
on the
worried
road?
about it?
That means they're making their way away here quickly. All right, look at this. This stadium is filling up with young guys like this who played hooky today from school.
That's right. These 7th graders from St. Aloysius, apparently they struck a deal with their teacher that if they were able to get this sign on television, their absence would be excused. And, of course, we're always willing to help out Phillies fans no matter how young they are.
You made it. How about that?
Mission accomplished, guys.
All right.
Okay.
There's some of the 46-some thousand fans who are going to be crammed into this stadium in just a short time, and another 60-some thousand who are going to be at the link as we look live at the parade from the top of Billy Penn. And also there's David Montgomery, the Phillies management, and that float right there on the left.
That's right. You know, we talked about these young men who were with us. Of course, most schools in Philadelphia were in session today. I believe 10 schools were closed, and those were the schools that were along the parade route because of logistics issues, getting the kids in and out safely. But this is certainly something that you just want to be a part of.
All right, there's the Fanatic on one of the big flatbed trucks. He's got a nice platform to bounce around on. You see the horses riding along beside him, and they're actually turning. They're making the curve, and that would be the turn around City Hall to get onto South Broad Street and make their way down to Citizens Bank Park. Let's go down to Doug Schimel, who is right there in front of them, watching it all happen at Dilworth Plaza. Doug?
Yeah, this is the payoff right now. This is the bulk of our players. We've seen Charlie Manuel. I think we've seen Utley. We've seen Pat Burrell so far. We've seen a couple of alumni from Phillies great teams past. And just the ticker tape framing this entire picture. And that eruption of applause. And as you see on this banner right here, and that's the understatement, 2008 World Series champions. This is a sensory overload. If you can't feel it there, you will soon. And you've got several more trucks. Basically, these are big, large equipment haulers. They're bringing the Phillies greats, and the Phillies faithful are loving it. And of course, you see all shades of Phillies red, all different vintages of Phillies logos. A lot of the organization folks from Phillies there. And we've got Shane Victorino. This is a sight to behold. And of course, if you're a player, as we've heard tell earlier, just about everybody on the team has got a digital camera, a still camera. A lot of the players from years past say they wish they had cameras. All they have are their memories of that great day, and obviously press photos. But it's been such an advent in recent years to, as a player, whether it's World Series championships, Super Bowls, or Olympic, you want to document it yourself. Not that people won't believe you were there or part of the team, but it's your personal archive.
Absolutely, Doug. Doug, we had...
Oh, what a sight. Doug Schimel is right in the middle of it at Dilworth Plaza around City Hall. And, you know, Renee, a second ago we saw Charlie Manuel, the manager of the Phillies, and I think it's the first time I've seen him in a suit. I almost didn't recognize him because his signature uniform was missing. But what a story. He was... brought in to manage the Phillies, out of work at the time, and then during the series, of course, his mom dies, and he took some time out to go back to her funeral, a sad time for him, and then come right back home, and of course, go right back into it, and then suddenly, all this celebration. What a time he has had.
Remember on Wednesday night after they won, and he was speaking to the crowd, he's like, "We are the champions. This is for you, Philadelphia." I mean, just a real touching story there. It's just great. Great to be able to see this today. Tim, we've got some information for folks who might be thinking about heading out on SEPTA. We just got word that at 1 o'clock, SEPTA is shutting down all of its inbound trains trains. This is to make sure that they have trains available for after the parade for people to head back. So if you're on a train by 1, you're fine, but after 1 o'clock, they are shutting down temporarily all inbound SEPTA trains.
All right, this has certainly been an issue throughout the morning as the city and SEPTA just wholeheartedly encouraged everyone to ride SEPTA, and they did exactly that. They came in by the trains and the buses, and what they found out was that there were too many people for the system to handle. So as you said, they're shutting down the inbound trains at 1 o'clock to get ready for everybody to go home this afternoon.
Right. We will be right back with much more of our Parade of Champions. Stay with us.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Welcome back, everybody, to NBC 10's live coverage of the Parade of Champions. The 2008 World Champion Philadelphia Phillies are making their way in their championship parade down Broad Street as they're headed to the Lincoln Financial Field and Citizens Bank Park. And look at the crowd that we have today in Philadelphia.
That's right. And you're speaking of crowds, you know, here at Citizens Bank Park, it is starting to fill up. You're starting to see people slowly coming in, you know, coming off the parade route, getting
here. All red.
And they're all red. I've never seen so much red. It's a beautiful sight. Why don't we check in with Tracy Davidson, who's down on the field. Hey, Tracy.
Hey, Renee and Jim. Yeah, you know, we've been talking about what is the best vantage point. I think this is pretty good. These fans have been coming in for almost 3 hours now. And remember, the tickets for this venue and Lincoln Financial Field were gone in less than an hour. So people are starting to come in. They're watching the parade on the huge jumbotrons. And talk about being up close and personal, when the players get here, they'll go over to Lincoln Financial Field and they'll make the rounds and they'll see everyone. And then when those players get here, they'll do the same here. And the stage is set. They'll get up and they'll give their speeches, and everyone here is so looking forward to it. So everyone here in the stadium is watching what we're watching on huge jumbotrons, and they get very excited when they see close-up pictures of the players. Tim and Renee?
All right, thank you, Tracy. You know, I thought our vantage point was pretty good, but Tracy's right. She might have the spot. That's where it's all going to be taking place in just a short period of time from now. You're not going to want to miss that.
You notice she's in the sunshine, too, which makes her just a little bit warmer. At any rate, let's go back to the parade now in Center City, Philadelphia. They have made the turn at the beginning of the parade as they would get onto South Broad Street. And keep in mind, this is the Avenue of the Arts. This is the showplace street now of Center City, Philadelphia. Certainly rejuvenated, revitalized since 1980, even since 1990. And right now we have... who is along Broad and Walnut? We have Deanna Durante right in the middle of this crowd at Broad and Walnut. How's it going there now, Deanna?
Tim and Renee, as you can see, the team is making its way down Broad Street. You were talking about the revitalization of the area. Well, you wouldn't notice this as the Avenue of the Arts right now, but take a look at the revitalization that we've got here with the team and all of the papers that are coming from windows above. You saw it earlier where fans were excited, but right now they are far more excited than we have seen as the 2008 World Champions come on down Broad Street. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Deanna. They're slowly making their way to us. They're right around Avenue of the Arts. You know, we were talking about a lot having changed since 1980.
Are you talking to me? It's Aditi.
Hey, hi, Aditi.
I can hear someone.
Okay, it's Renee and Tim. Why don't you tell us, what do you see from your vantage point,
She's
Aditi?
right in the middle of it at the Kimmel Center. Aditi, go ahead.
Aditi?
Yeah, Tim and Renee, I can hear you. The crowd is absolutely exhilarated here. You know, there were cheers that erupted when the police caravan came by, but right now it is just unparalleled. You can see the confetti against the bright blue backdrop of the sky. It is just a picture-perfect day for a picture-perfect Phillies celebration. Take a look. There are people literally hanging off of some of these traffic poles. Every single balcony here is filled with Phillies fans. and it's just an explosion of celebration here. We're actually on the third floor balcony of the Kimmel Center, and the folks here are nice enough to let us have this bird's eye view, and it just looks spectacular down there. You know, when you're watching it, you can't help but think of someone like Jamie Moyer, who when he was a kid growing up in Souderton dreamed about being a Philly, and in 1980 he was in high school and watching, you know, the Phillies come down in a victory parade much like this one, and you just wonder about all the little kids, the boys, you know, the boys down there. Maybe someday we'll see one of them grow up to be on the Phillies and repeat this scene yet again.
All right, Aditi with the prime spots right on the balcony of the Kimmel Center. Brand new, of course, since the last parade here in 1980. And you know, this, I don't know what you'd call it, but that would be the VIP section of people who are up in the windows and in the balconies. That would be the choice seats here at Citizens Bank Park, because that's the location where you would want to be to watch this parade.
You know, and I was saying, Tim, that, you know, back in 1980 when this parade took place, you know, there was the confetti coming out of the windows, and I guess there was some speculation that, you know, 28 years later it would look different. It doesn't really look any different. I mean, sure, today we have Nintendos and iPods, but some things do not change. And this was the picture back in 1980s when our Phillies were World Series champions. But you know, something that I guess is different. This seems much more managed and well organized. I noticed that the clothespin was sort of blocked off. Where back in 1980s, everybody was on top of the clothespin in order to get, you know, the best view possible. So certainly the city has done a great job in sort of organizing this. It's a very sort of modest parade, but it seems very well organized, very efficient, and it's not moving now, but it is en route to where we are.
Yeah, like any parade, it stops and starts, it ebbs and flows, and it's fun to hear the cheer right there. Let's go Phillies, let's go Phillies, as the crowd is really getting into this. And
I think we're right in front of the Park Hyatt there, so I guess it's taken a stop for a moment so the fans can really sort of soak in what's taking place, see the players families.
That line of yellow, by the way, is the Philadelphia Police Department Bicycle Patrol. Their signature yellow shirts, and it's hard for us to see because I can't really have a wide picture, but this, I believe, the Fanatic is at the front of the parade. Here's a scene you wouldn't have seen in 1980.
Right.
Those, what are those called?
The segways.
Segways. Yeah, I mean, so things have changed a little bit. Technology has changed.
Let's try and do a segue. Why don't we go to Aditi Roy, who right now is at the Kimmel Center, where all of this is happening. You have the spot of the moment, Aditi.
Oh, we do. We feel so lucky. I'm joined out here by about 200 fans who paid $35 a ticket to come see this amazing view. You can see it. In fact, the noise here is absolutely deafening, even though we're 3 stories up, about 35 feet above the ground. I can barely even hear myself as the Fanatic is passing by this crowd. The cheers are just deafening. And now you can see, it looks like the team there right behind, right? It makes you really feel lucky to be in the city of Philadelphia today. Tim and Renee?
Well said, Aditi. I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, I'm sitting here feeling very guilty that I did not let my daughter stay home from school to attend this parade, because this really is just
There's
an
the trophy.
amazing...
Excuse me, Renee. There's the trophy right in the middle.
It's beautiful.
And I can't make out who's holding it right at this moment. Well, I can't tell, but either way, they're holding up the world's... Is that the mayor?
That's got to be a good feeling.
Is that the mayor right there holding the trophy? I believe it is. It certainly is. There is Mayor Michael Nutter, his new administration. I mean, talk about timing.
It's good to be the mayor.
Just comes into office and bam, the team wins the World Series, and there he is leading off with the parade, holding up the trophy high over his head with the administration from the Phillies right there next to him.
And Tim, this is so good for Philadelphia. I mean, this, as great as baseball is, this really goes beyond baseball. This is uniting the city and just painting us in a beautiful light here today.
It is, and not only was Philadelphia mocked around the country for having gone so long without a series, without a victory.
What, 10,000 games is what they talked about last year?
But sports people here mocked it as well. Yeah.
Well, we have some rough fans. We have some enthusiastic fans, but we have some tough fans.
Our coverage is going to continue. We're going to take a break and come back with more right after this in our 2008 Parade of Champions on NBC 10.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Welcome back to NBC 10's live coverage of the Parade of Champions as we celebrate our World Series champions, Philadelphia Phillies. What celebration, what parade would be complete without the Budweiser Clydesdale?
Absolutely. And the Philly Fanatic right there. One, if not the most popular mascot in professional sports, certainly in baseball, and what a show he puts on.
Boy, I tell you, he's let us through some tough times over the years. I know he's probably celebrating this more than anybody almost.
I remember the time he fell off his little motorized scooter that brings him out here.
There have been some ugly days for the Philadelphia Fanatic.
All right, here's the view now on South Broad Street, the Kimmel Center, all the new construction, Symphony Towers that the parade is making their way by. One of the most beautiful streets now in all of Center City, Philadelphia.
Avenue of the Arts. It's
Look
beautiful.
at the crowds just blocking the side streets, lined all up and down South Broad Street. Just amazing.
People want to witness history because that's really what's happening here today. Why don't we check in with Aditi Roy and see how her view is? What are you looking at right now, Aditi?
Oh, it's just amazing to be up here. You know, I've been reporting in this city for several years, but I don't think I've ever experienced anything like this. And just what a day that seems to be tailor-made for this occasion. The weather couldn't be more perfect, and really the occasion couldn't be more perfect. You could hear the crowd getting louder and louder as these two caravans went through carrying the Phillies players. And now the cheers are just deafening here. You could hear the honking here behind me. Everywhere I look, except on Broad Street, of course, everywhere in the side streets and the sidewalks is filled with people. There's not a blank space to be seen. There are people climbing all over the traffic light poles. There are people filling up the balconies, and they're all just singularly united in their Philly spirit. What a great day for the city.
Well, it certainly is, Aditi, and it's great to have two pictures right there. I think that's probably something else we didn't have in 1980.
You're
was
right.
the capability to give
screens.
you pictures in the same screen of a couple of different locations. Here's a warning for people who are at home, who have to travel or who are going somewhere else. You're being urged to avoid right now using the Walt Whitman Bridge eastbound into New Jersey because we have massive traffic jams right now in the sports complex area. So you use the Ben Franklin instead if you're going to cross into New Jersey.
Which, of course, is one of the storylines that's been developing, certainly earlier today. The problems that some people had, I shouldn't even say some, lots of people trying to get into town on SEPTA, and it was just at capacity. Couldn't handle
Excuse me,
the
Renee,
load.
there is Bill Giles right there in the white shirt holding a number one hand up. One of the co-owners of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Chairman of the Philadelphia Phillies. Proud day for him. Well, you know, they say that a lot of the success that we've seen in recent years actually is attributable to where we're sitting right now, Citizens Bank Park. Apparently, revenues that this park has generated certainly has enabled the team to sort of go after some talent. Not that money always brings you the best talent, but it certainly helps.
It has.
You know, and if you've got people coming to the ballpark and spending the money, then you're generating the revenues to bring in the top players, and it's certainly all come together today for Bill Giles and his organization.
This park built in 2001, and look, even the little guys getting in on it, taking their pictures of the parade.
His mom let him stay home today from school.
You'll remember that for years to come. You know, speaking of Citizens Bank Park, where we are right now, it's always labeled as one of the best baseball parks in the league right now. Built in 2001, and I remember the day it opened. It was spring of 2001, a cold, miserable, rainy day, and I remember it so well because I sat out there in the rain for about 3 hours that afternoon and did a live broadcast from the opening day here at Citizens Bank Park.
Don't forget those sorts of things.
Oh, you certainly don't. Not when it's raining, especially.
And certainly not that building a new stadium will guarantee you a championship series, because there are a lot of teams throughout the country that have new stadiums and don't have what we have here today with the World Series champions. But this park is certainly special.
But you know what it did? It in a way, in a small way, elevated the Phillies from always being thought of as a smaller town or a smaller league baseball team. And suddenly when the other teams came into Philadelphia now, they didn't have the vet to contend with anymore, which in its later years actually had a lot of rats in it. They had a state-of-the-art, gorgeous ballpark. And the other thing is, Renee, as we're here behind home plate, as you look out to center field, this became quickly known in the league as a home run hitter's ballpark because it actually was easy to hit a home run here, and the players loved it.
That's what the game's about. But certainly it's a world-class venue, and it's great that we're able to celebrate here today and what the Phillies have been
the
able
estimated
to
time for the start of the ceremonies here is somewhere around 2 o'clock. Now, of course, that depends on how slowly or how quickly the parade makes its way down Broad Street. But here's what's going to happen sometime around 2 o'clock. They're going to have 6 players speaking here to the crowd today, and they will be followed, although we don't know the order exactly, they will be followed in some way by manager Charlie Manuel.
That's right. And then Phillies President David Montgomery will, of course, be speaking, as well as Hall of Fame broadcaster, The Voice, Harry Callis.
And then all the introductions, of course, will be done by the stadium public address announcer. That is Dan Baker. And then, as you might expect, of course, we're going to hear from probably Philadelphia's #1 fan right now, Mayor Michael Nutter. So that's what's going to happen here sometime, around 2 o'clock, give or take, however long it takes this crowd, this crew on the floats to get down here. But keep in mind, they still have to pass through Lincoln Financial Field, which by some estimates will have upwards of 60,000 people inside.
Exactly. It's funny, Tim, you mentioned Mayor Nutter as being the Phillies' #1 fan. Because we've got a little bit of time here, I want to mention another fan. Remember the story that Stacey Weaver did yesterday about Ruthie Sipe?
Oh, yes.
The big Phillies fan out in the Lehigh Valley. I thought of her because we just saw the crawl run about Days of Our Life being postponed till 3 o'clock in the morning. And she said that was fine with her because Days of Your Life could always come on. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Ruthie said she was going to be watching this parade today. She's been a Phillies fan for decades. She talked about Steve Carlton. So we really just wanted to sort of give a shout out to Ruthie Sipe. Maybe
Ruthie, we hope you're watching. She lives in the Lehigh Valley and going through a very difficult time right now because she was diagnosed with cancer, and she's been a lifelong Phillies fan.
Absolutely.
And her dream was to watch the Phillies win the World Series, and it has come true at the best possible time for her. She's going through a very
So we're thinking of you today,
now,
Ruthie, and all the other fans out there who've waited so long for this parade. We talk about a World Series win, but a lot of times when you talk to the sports fans in this town, it's really the parade that they talk about, and they're almost afraid to say the word sometimes, if you're jinxing it.
Yeah, you couldn't. It was kind of understood that as broadcasters in Philadelphia, you didn't anticipate a parade because it was a jinx.
Exactly.
And of course, the other jinx was Billy Penn. Going back to when Liberty One was first built higher than City Hall, the jinx was on then.
There you go. Why don't we check in with Aditi Roy, who's at the Kimmel Center right now, where the fans are on the street. Aditi.
Hey there, Renee. We've seen just this phenomenal thing happen, which is after those caravans carrying the Phillies players pass through here, the fans now have just filled in on the street. Just look at this view and take it in. Doesn't it feel like the entire city of Philadelphia has called out sick today? It certainly looks like it here from our vantage point. I don't think I've seen anything like this. All of Broad Street now covered in a sea of red, nothing really parting it. Although you do see an ambulance down there obviously trying to get to someone. But the backdrop of City Hall, Billy Penn looking down, is just amazing. This is definitely a picture for the history books.
And what is it, about 3 miles or so from Center City down to the stadium complex? I believe that's it. So this is a 3-mile walk.
And I'm looking this way, Tim, looking down towards the stadium now, and it's the same scene. It's just continued, just fans pouring in the middle of the street on Broad Street from the sidewalks. And it's just spectacular to see just so many people crowded along Broad Street. This is the Avenue of the Arts, but right now it's a symphony of sounds of horns blaring, of people cheering, and just people uniting for the Phillies.
Dee, I've never seen anything like this on the streets of Philadelphia.
I haven't either. And you know what? Especially in this year where we've covered so many difficult stories, we sure deserve it, don't we?
Amen, sister.
Absolutely. I have a feeling, you know, although you hate to make such a guess like this, but I have a feeling this is going to top the 1974 Flyers Parade.
Which was 2.1 million for the Stanley Cup?
I could look it up here, but it was a lot of people. But keep in mind, I mean, things have changed now. We have a better way of communicating, getting the word out, more capacity in the stadiums, and, of course, the long drought.
Exactly.
Just look at that, a sea of people. Here's the headlines from the Enquirer, and you know, you saw this story over the past couple of days. The Enquirer was able to get their printing done almost instantaneously and get their headlines and their front pages on the field, and then they printed some 300,000 copies, as is their normal run between the Daily News and the Enquirer, and then in the afternoon printed another 350,000 between the two papers, and it's our understanding that they were virtually all snapped up.
I was going to say, and it still wasn't fast enough, because if you were like me, that Thursday morning, no matter where you went, you couldn't get a paper on the street.
Right.
They were not around. It was a souvenir, a collector's item that I think ended up on eBay that night going for
$13?
$13.
Yes. And everybody's been saying the past year or so, newspapers are dead. Well, the Enquirer and Daily News have proved they aren't quite dead yet, because they sold almost 700,000 copies directly after the win.
Notice how patiently everybody is waiting.
Yeah, right now it's hard to tell where this scene is live right now. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can tell us where this specific location is, but it looks like they're all looking up the street anticipating the parade here.
They have one thing in common. They're Phillies fans.
What a shot right there. Billy Penn standing proudly, as he has for about 100 years, on top of City Hall, looking off to the east, and many, many stories about him.
Many stories. It's funny you would say that. When I was in law school many years ago, one of the courses talked about restrictive covenants and referred to Billy Penn, you know, going back to the understanding that no building in the city of Philadelphia could be higher than Billy Penn's hat. And then, of course, with Liberty Place, when they came along, and that's when the curse supposedly set in. And there are those who will tell you that Comcast rectified the curse by putting Billy Penn on top of their building. I don't know about any of that, other than to say that it's all worked out today, because we're watching our World Series Phillies champions.
I remember watching in 1993 the game when the Phillies won the pennant and the excitement there.
Against the Braves. Oh, my gosh.
And then, of course, after that celebration, the city got a firm to raise a big red hat up on top of Billy Penn's head, remember?
That's right.
And then that year the Phillies lost to the Toronto Blue Jays in the World Series, and then everybody says, that was the jinx. Putting that hat up there was the jinx, so you notice this time there was no hat put up there.
There you go. We know our history, don't we?
All right, we're going to take a break from our live coverage here on NBC 10, but of course we will be back in just a moment. More live coverage of the Parade of Champions in 2008 continues. We'll be back right after this.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
I'm good, thank you. All right, we are live back here at Citizens Bank Park for our Parade of Champions celebration, and who's celebrating more than our Philly fanatic?
Look like they are taking a brief stop right now. There's
you see the floats slowly making their way down Broad Street. They started at 20th and Market, made the circle around City Hall. Went
right
past
there, who I was looking at, Harry Callis with his hat on right at the top upper left, the
voice of the
Phillies broadcast announcer for many years.
Making their way towards us. Of course, we're at Citizens Bank Park.
There's the trophy being held up again. The crowd on both sides are getting a chance to get a good first-hand look at that trophy as they're passing it around. It's hard to tell exactly who that is holding it right now, but nonetheless, everybody's going to have a good chance to see that trophy as it goes down the parade route and then makes its way in here to Citizens Bank Park.
Everybody wants to touch it.
Yes. Oh, boy.
Part of this very special day. Why don't we check in now with Ted Greenberg, who's at Broad in Washington. They're headed your way, Ted.
Hey, Renee and Tim, how's it going? We are having a fantastic time out here, aren't we? We're waiting for the players to come by. You guys are absolutely psyched, are you not? I tell you what, I can't even see the back of the crowd. It is so deep back there. I grew up about 10 blocks from here. I was in first grade when we had the parade in 1980. I cannot remember an occasion as fantastic as this in Philadelphia. Just take a look at all of those fans. You can see them up there. They're hanging onto the window ledges. There's a little boy up there in a tree. They're watching from wherever they can. And here they come. They're coming down Broad Street right where we are. The crowd is just going absolutely wild. This has got to be a great moment for you.
It's awesome!
What do you want to say to them?
We love the Phillies! They brought it all home for us!
How long have you been waiting for this moment?
28 years! 28 years! I've been waiting 28 years to watch Jamie Moyer go by on a truck and watch Greg Dobbs and Ryan Madsen. This is awesome!
What's it like to see them right here now, finally?
Oh, this is the second greatest day of my life. My wife is right here, so our wedding day would have to be our first. But second greatest day of my life right now.
And we have another caravan. The team here, world champion Phillies. The crowd just continuing to go wild. Confetti flying through the air. People just can't get enough of this. It's a fantastic moment here in South Philadelphia. How excited are you guys?
I'm so freaking excited right now.
This is awesome!
Oh my God. Phillies number one. We waited so long for this.
What do you want to say to them as they're coming by right now?
Oh my God. I don't want this to be it, baby. I want them to do it again next year. Go Phillies!
Not another 28 years. What? Not another 28
Not another 28 years. Oh my God. Not another 28 years, please.
They brought this city together and this entire region together, that is for sure. So many people
South
out here.
Philadelphia, of course, the heart of Mummers country, as this parade makes its way down South Broad Street. And I'm curious how in the years to come people are going to compare this parade with some of the biggest Mummers parades we've had in Philadelphia.
Yeah, everybody seems to have a story, Tim, about this parade and those who were around for the 1980 parade. It's just
Yeah, Ted saying he was in first grade at the time. How many times have you heard that? Somebody saying, I wasn't even born yet. I've been waiting for this my whole life.
Yeah, neither you or I can say that, can we?
And what a spectacular view right now. Chopper 10 directly over top of the floats. And then the chopper will move off to the side and give us a nice view looking all the way up Broad Street. And keep in mind, what's happening, we understand, is at the end of the parade, all the fans who've already seen it are then lining up and marching down Broad Street as well. So, Renee, I hope you're prepared, because this park, which is probably about not even a quarter full right now, is going to just be jammed in less than an hour.
But, of course, the only people who are being let into the stadium are those people with tickets. The tickets were free. They're long gone. And the city has been telling people for the past day, if you don't have a ticket, do not try and come to either Lincoln Financial or where we are at Citizens Bank Park, because you will not be
They
let
will
in.
have a chance to watch, however, because they have set up some big TVs just outside the stadiums here. It's such a beautiful day that fans can be able to stand out there and watch on these big TVs. Yet another thing we didn't have in 1980, they have TV screens now that they're the size of movie theaters that they can truck in for people to watch.
Yeah.
Look at that scene right there.
It's just a beautiful Friday, and as we've been saying, it's Halloween, but it's hard to keep that in mind. This is a World Series
forgot it's
Parade.
Halloween.
Right. It's the World Series Parade of Champion Day in the city of Philadelphia.
That's going to make it easy to remember this parade, because you can just as easily say it was on Halloween Day in 2008.
October 31st, 2008.
No reason to put on a mask today. All you need is one of your red shirts or red jackets from the Phillies.
In fact, my 10-year-old dressed as Ryan Howard. We were working on her outfit yesterday, and when we were at school this morning for their parade, I'd say her best friend was dressed as Chase Utley. The school's principals, they were dressed in red and white. It's just the whole city has gotten caught up in this, and that's why I said that it really does go beyond baseball. Whether you're a diehard fan or you just, you love your city, everybody is united today around the Phillies, and it's just great to be a part of it.
And speaking of Ryan Howard, perhaps the best known Phillies, especially among kids, he has come onto this team a few short years ago from the minors, and just turned kids on their head, because immediately they glommed onto this home run hitter who is so likable, has such a flashy smile, and just a great personality about him. Every kid I know of in the schools has a Ryan Howard shirt. And superstar certainly is not the word for him, because in just a few short words, he's become more of a superstar in Major League Baseball. And now, of course, after last year, has the contract to go along with it. Well over $10 million, when for the first couple of years he was earning, in the very low amounts of what baseball players make.
Right, which goes back to what we were saying about this park generating the revenues that then allows the organization to pay the players to get us to where we are here today. Oh, look at this. On stilts. Reminds you of some of the parades you'd see in the Caribbean. We've got a stilt walker
and the
here.
mummers too, yes.
That's great.
What a sight. This is also going to be something people will be saying for the next several years. Where were you in the 2008 Phillies Champion Parade, the Parade of Champions? And certainly most people are going to say they skipped work and skipped school to go see the parade.
All right. Let's head back to Ted Greenberg, who's in his old neighborhood at Broad in Washington. Ted?
Ted Greenberg, if you can hear us, go ahead, buddy.
Just look at the fans. They are on their way on down to the sports complex. It is thick with people here. You really, that's right. They are following the team down. We're at Broad in Washington, and it's just mobs and mobs of people. I don't think I've ever seen this many people in my life in Philadelphia, all in one place. It's just incredible. And they are out here screaming. We've been out here screaming, as you can probably hear from my voice as it quickly disappears. But just what a fantastic day this is for everyone here in Philadelphia and the suburbs, Lehigh Valley, South Jersey, Delaware, everyone who is from this area and just loves the Philadelphia Phillies and can't thank them enough for bringing the World Championship home to Philadelphia after 28 years. A lot of these folks on their way down to the park to continue to cheer on the world champs. Tim and Renee?
Washington. Ted said he doesn't think he's ever seen so many people. I know people were making comparisons between this and like back in 2005 Live 8, but I don't think there's any comparison. You may have to go back to that parade we were talking about in 1974 for the Flyers to match the numbers, the sheer numbers of people and fans that you're seeing on the streets of Philadelphia today.
Yeah, and keep in mind, for something like Live 8, the fans all concentrate in one area.
Right, they were on
Here,
the Parkway.
It's a 3 to 3.5 mile stretch.
Yes.
And then 2 stadiums that are completely filled with fans.
Absolutely.
Just an enormous amount of people.
Now, this may well be a first for Philadelphia. Of course, we won't have the numbers in for a while, but I'm impressed.
Once again, People are pouring into the stadium here at Citizens Bank Park, and we also have people pouring into Lincoln Financial Field, all getting ready to watch the ceremonies, which should be getting underway in less than an hour.
Less than an hour,
by the location of where the parade is now.
They got started.
We're going to take a break
late.
here now on NBC 10's live coverage of the Parade of Champions in Philadelphia, and we'll be back with more right after this.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
All right, welcome back to our NBC 10 live coverage of the Parade of Champions for the 2008 World Series champions, Philadelphia Phillies. Look at that crowd, Tim. The parade slowly making its way down Broad Street. We're getting closer to Citizens Bank Park. This is going through the heart of South Philadelphia right now. A lot of people, just a sea of people. As the floats move towards Citizens Bank Park, you see the people just come onto the street following them.
That's going to be interesting. All those people coming down to the sports complex is going to be amazing.
Isn't that incredible?
They have 21,000 parking spaces here, so it gives you an idea of how large of an area it is, and those people are all going to be all around the parking lots here. Just going to be a sea of people. By the way,
everybody having a good time.
I need to correct myself. I said this was built in 2001. It was built in 2004. But what's a date? I remember being here and getting totally soaking wet when they had the opening day here.
Sure. It's just amazing. All right, well, you know, as this parade makes its way to us here at Citizens Bank Park and, of course, Lincoln Financial Field, our own Jade McCarthy and John Clark, they are part of this parade. Is that correct?
Riding on the media bus. They're jumping off, doing interviews, and we're going to have some of their tape as the day progresses.
It'll be good to hear from them, that experience of being on the float. But I guess we go from them out there as part of the parade, back here to Citizens Bank Park, down on the field, where Tracy Davidson has just one of the best vantage points in terms of talking to the fans. Tracy.
I think so, and I'm just looking at a banner right now that says, "If I'm dreaming, please don't wake me." It's great to see all these fans, and even though all of us feel really lucky to be part of this celebration today, the fans here are really lucky, and at Lincoln Financial Field, because these tickets went like that, less than an hour on the Phillies website. And you know, we were talking earlier about how some of the newspapers that were sold over the last 2 days were already up on eBay. Some of the free tickets to get into these venues are already up on eBay. People are making money, but somebody said to me today, if somebody were selling their free ticket to be here, they're not a true Phillies fan. But let me tell you, there are a lot of true Phillies fans that have already come into the stadium. It is, as you said before, a sea of red. And let me show you something. Over my left shoulder, if you see that flagpole that has nothing on it right now, while we wait for the players, while we wait for more fans to pour in, we will wait for the championship banner that will be raised on that flagpole when the program gets underway. And well, let's see, we're shooting for around 2 o'clock, so in about a half an hour from now. So as people continue to come in, the excitement is building. And again, as we've said, the parade is all being watched on the Jumbotron, so everyone here is getting very excited as they see the parade and the players move closer to Citizens Bank Park. Tim and Renee?
All right. Thank you, Tracy.
That's going to be quite a sight, and you can imagine how the crowd is going to cheer when that flag goes up that flagpole here in Citizens Bank Park.
That's right, but they still have a ways to go before we get to
yes,
that point.
They do. A lot of parade to see, especially for the people who found a spot along Broad Street in South Philadelphia. So right now, let's go back to South Philly, where Tim Furlong is right at Broad and Passyunk watching the parade with all the people there. Hey, Tim, can you hear us?
Guys, this is intense. The police presence, we haven't been able to see this. You got to remember, we don't have TVs out here to see what's coming down our way. So the police are just coming in advance of the Phillies coming through. And it is just insane. People high-fiving the cops high-fiving back. It's really an amazing feeling that I've never seen in the city growing up in this area. I've never seen anything like this. I've covered every sort of other parade. I've been to every parade. And I got to tell you, this is just insane. I mean, look at all these people here. Look up on the roof. Look up on the roofs of all these houses up here. Everyone is just having an amazing time, a well-behaved good time. Every building has people on top of it. It's truly an amazing moment for the city of Philadelphia. And again, we're not seeing the TV coverage of this out here. We've been out here, and the anticipation is just building. You can feel it, you can taste it. And as the Phillies come through, I can just sense it's going to be just that moment we've all been waiting for since a lot of us were kids. And the last parade, it's just that moment that we will never forget. The moment that even winning the game, I was at the game the other night, and it was intense winning the game. But this is almost the overflow. This is the everyman's moment in the city of Philadelphia. And guys, when these fans start to see these players roll through and to thank them for what they did for this city, it's going to be out of this world. And you're going to make sure this camera, we're going to show it to you guys.
All right, thank you, Tim. That's a great shot of the mural there of Frank Sinatra in South Philly as you see the fans making their way down the street, following the parade route. And, you know, this makes it also a neighborhood parade because it's going right through perhaps one of Philadelphia's most famous neighborhoods, South Philadelphia, as people would just have to leave their stoops and walk down the street a little ways to get a look at the Phillies parade.
Right. Yeah, I forgot what Tim was saying, though. I mean, he's right. They don't know what's coming. We've been sitting here for the past hour, and we've seen this incredible sea of red moving their way and the fans cheering on the Phils. They don't know how good it's going to be in just a few minutes once the parade and the floats go by there.
There's the mural of Mary Alonzo put up just a few years ago there in South Philly, the opera singer. So
a lot of history in South Philadelphia, making its way towards Citizens Bank Park.
You said it very well. A lot of people don't know where they're going to be when they get down here because I don't know how many people in the crowd behind the parade are going to have tickets to get inside, but they're just going to have to mingle outside the stadiums here and watch on the large screen TVs outside here.
But people, I mean, and Tim made the point, everybody is having a good time. They're orderly. It's a family event. So I don't think there's going to be any problem. They're going to get here and they're going to continue doing what they're doing right now, which is, of course, celebrating our Phils win. Why don't we check in with, we haven't seen from Vi, we haven't heard from Vi in a bit. Why don't we check in with Vi and Tracy? Hey, Vi.
Tracy and I, we just got these signs handed to us from a fellow named Mike Greenberg. He lives in Yardley, PA. Take a look at it. I'm dreaming. If I'm dreaming, please don't wake me up. How about that? And Tracy's got this other one here.
So this is one, yeah, right. He had one just like this in Tampa Bay, and Bradley signed it, and he didn't want to lose it, so he left it at home, and he made another one.
That's a good idea there to leave it at home because this might get lost in a crowd like this today. But these guys, they made signs. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Oh, he wants to get a picture of us while we're holding it, and we'll talk. The fans are starting to come in here. My suspicion is there's probably more people outside than there are inside right now because they're all waiting for the parade to come through. Everybody's got cameras out there. They want to get a shot of that. But when it gets in here, it's going to be absolutely nuts, and the crowd here erupts every time they see something up on the Jumbotron, players that they recognize. But what a fantastic day on top of that. We still got our coats on. We'll take them off in a second, but it's starting to warm up. We're starting to finally get some sun in our faces.
Starting to warm up, and I can't wait till the players make their way around this place. They are going to go crazy here.
And people here have come and they've set up, their seats with blankets and saved them because there's no safe seats. So people just come and sit down, hunker down here so that they can have front row seats. And the ones that have, they've been here since 8, 9, well, I guess about 10 o'clock this morning they've been here waiting and just...
And you can tell these are true Phillies fans because they have tons of Phillies gear, but everywhere I look, everybody's got new Phillies gear that says World Champions.
They must be making a mint.
Oh, yeah.
They must be making a mint on all the Phillies gear that they're selling. But absolutely incredible sight. And we're just waiting here for things to happen and for the team and the players to arrive. But that's all for now. We'll go back up to you, Tim and Renee.
Hey, Vi and Tracy, send some of that Hawaiian and Tongan sunshine up here on the concourse level, would you, buddy?
You ought to come down here sometime.
We'll be there soon enough, and so will about 1.2, 1.5 million other fans shortly, so you better watch out.
It's easy when you look at the pictures to think that everybody in the city of Philadelphia, there's Jimmy Rollins, J-Roll right there. It's easy to think, boy, did he have a great season or what?
He did, but what a change. Remember, he was benched for a game. A few problems there between Jimmy Rollins and the manager, but big smile on his face now.
It all
that's
worked
water
out.
Over the dam.
We're not thinking about that today.
And remember, he's the one last season who said Philly is the team to beat.
Yes.
It came true this year, however.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And right in South Philadelphia. You know, it's easy to think when you look at all the people that are out there that everybody is here today, you know, to see this. But of course, a lot of folks are at home watching.
Oh yeah, let's have a little fun because
Okay.
we know a lot of kids couldn't get out of school today, but through the magic of modern communications, we know of a particular school that managed to get the TVs turned on in the auditorium. So listen up if you're watching from school right now.
There should be a drum roll.
You
right
might
there.
hear the thunderous applause all the way here at Citizens Bank Park. So, which school is it? Listen up, kids. All you kids watching live right now.
Come on, come on, come on.
Give us a shout out as soon as we say your name at this school. William Tennant High School in Warminster.
I hear them. I hear
Oh my gosh, I can hear them.
We're talking to you guys.
They convinced the school to put us up on their big screen in the auditorium, and they're watching the parade live there right now. Hey, everybody at William Tennant.
Shout out to William Tennant. Thanks, you guys.
And
we
you know
got
that's
your back.
being repeated at schools all over the area.
Absolutely. It's just a lot of fun. Those
Because
kids
number
who
one,
couldn't be
they're
here.
getting ready for their Halloween parties.
Right.
They're not getting any schoolwork done today. You got the
Don't
Phillies
say
parade,
that.
the Halloween parties.
They're
I'm
just
sure
taking
your
a
kids
break.
are doing it
no,
too.
no, you're absolutely right.
All right, another live look here from Chopper 10 as they're looking now over South Philadelphia and back up Broad Street. You can see the trees are still green. It's a glorious, beautiful, sunshiny day. Hurricane Schwartz, I should mention, told us we would have this exact weather. It would hit just about 60 at the peak of the warmth in the afternoon, and it's all coming true.
You know, he's got a great record of getting it right, so we're not surprised with this wonderful weather we're having today. And of course, as we're watching the Phillies fans make their way towards us, it's starting to get a little crowded in here in Citizens Bank Park.
There's pitcher Cole Hamels. He was on David Letterman, and I think he might have been one of the team members who also did a little selling on QVC. These guys are now national celebrities.
All I know is he seems to be a bit of a heartthrob.
No.
I hear a lot of people talking, a lot of women talking about Cole Hamels.
All right, we're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with more live coverage, of course, of NBC 10's Parade of Champions, the Philadelphia Phillies, right here on NBC 10. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
It's the most amazing feeling! How did you don't put the horses at the foot?
God, help!
Oh, what a happy man he must be. Pat Burrell, the highest paid Philadelphia Philly, riding in his glory right now in the Parade of Champions here in Philadelphia. Also, the Philly from this particular team has been here the longest. So what a day this must be for him. And I should add, by the way, he's up to be a free agent. So
That's
who
right.
knows how much longer he'll be here.
And of course, that was our John Clark asking the questions there. John and Jade are traveling with this parade, and they're sort of hopping off and getting interviews with the players, and then as the parade continues on its way. So it's great to have them out there as well with us today.
I know John's in his glory too.
Oh, my
Hometown boy
gosh.
from Delaware County, covering the World Series of the team he loves so much. And just look at the sunshine there today,
It's
Renee.
beautiful.
A beautiful day, outside,
All right.
inside.
You mentioned two things. One, a Philadelphia boy in his glory, and sunshine.
Who
and
else
of course,
could that be?
who comes to mind but our own #1 Philadelphia fan?
Let's see what he's
Glenn
wearing today.
Hurricane Schwartz. What bow tie do you have for us today, Glenn?
Hey, Renee, I'm outside the ballpark now. There are thousands of people. They're lined up at least 50 deep. And it's just amazing. The age range comes from about childhood all the way up to senior citizens. And they're waiting for the parade to come down. And as you can see, they're pretty loud, and they're very, very happy people today. It's been so long since they've had a chance to do this. 1980, the last time they had a chance to do this. All right,
And let's have a chant for the Phillies. 1, 2, 3. Phillies!
Oh, absolutely a big Phillies fan. You know, some days I'd come into work and Glenn wouldn't be there, and then I'd look at the schedule and realize he was going to
at the game.
A Phillies game. And by the way, he called it. He called for the rain. He said they wouldn't finish the game.
You're right. You are absolutely right,
Did it on TV,
Tim.
and then he also said it's going to be just beautiful for today.
Trust the bow tie is what they tell us. Let's check in with Vi and Tracy down on the field. And Vi, I love your shirt. You have outdone yourself.
Well, listen, it's Halloween.
Look at that.
Let's not forget it's Halloween, so I killed 2 birds with 1 stone today.
I get it.
Guess who I'm going as today for Halloween? I got a Hawaiian shirt, sunglasses, a flower lei. Hello, the Flying Hawaiian today. So, hey, check out these signs. We've got a sign contest going on right now.
All right, let's see yours.
Let's see. Check this one out. This is Ron Consalvo from Glassboro, New Jersey. World Champions 08, but check it out. World Champions 80, huh? Very nice. Big hand from the crowd back there. I get a 7. From the crowd back there. Let's see what you got.
This is Andrew Godomsky from North Jersey. So this one, I love this one.
I love that.
No mohawks,
no cowbells. And enough with the catwalks. No AstroTurf, please.
But wait, the backside is great.
It is election season.
The real swing state. That's what I'm talking about. That's good.
And you can check all of those off when you get into the voting booth. And we like this one too. A little play on words. What does it say here? I can't read it.
It was worth the wait.
It was worth the wait. There you go.
There are great signs here today.
Fantastic.
Just great signs.
The thing about Philadelphians is that they're very clever, very witty, and they've got all these signs. Now, you know what's happened? Everybody's bringing their signs up to us. They want us to show their signs, so we'll try to get as many signs as we can. But there's the crowd. Look at the crowd out there. Absolutely nuts as the parade makes its way closer to Citizens Bank Park. We'll go back up to you, Tim and Renee.
All right, thanks a lot, Vi and Tracy. We'll check back with you shortly. Let's head out now back to Broad and Passyunk, where Tim Furlong is. Tim, has the parade gotten to you yet?
Guys, I can't hear a word you're saying. I can't hear a word I'm saying. It is absolute pandemonium here, and I've never seen anything like this. I really, growing up here, you know, we all hear about these parades in other cities. These fans are going absolutely insane for this team right now, and the crowd, the team has stopped through. Charlie Manuel came through, and the Charlie chants were going on. We saw Harry Callis. Everybody that goes by seems to have that special connection that fans want with this team. This team has said all the right things and done all the right things to show they are a fan-friendly organization. I hope the other organizations in town are watching this, the other teams are watching this, because this is what Philadelphia fans will do for you when you work hard for us. That's all we want, is to see you're having fun and you're playing your guts out and you're leaving it all on the field, and you will go down as a legend in this city. And these guys, you can see them. There's Cole Hamels up there. You can see these guys on the floats. They know, they feel this love, they feel this adoration. Today they are not just high-priced athletes doing their job. They are Philadelphians. No matter where they're from, they are Philadelphians. And you can tell they are waving at everybody. They are loving this. They've been on the route for a long time now, since 20th and Market. They are still waving. They are still proud. You can tell they are soaking up every moment of this, because they've got to know, and I'm sure they've heard from guys like Jamie Moyer, this doesn't necessarily happen often. We're not the Yankees. Maybe not yet. Maybe we will be. Maybe we'll have a repeat, a three-peat, or a four-peat. But as of right now, they've got to just enjoy this moment. It does not get any better than this. And for fans, I just don't know what to say. I'm rarely speechless. This is it. It doesn't get any better than this, guys.
All right, Tim Furlong right in the thick of things at Broad and Passyunk as the parade makes its way by and makes its way down here to Citizens Bank Park. Can we come back live here at Citizens Bank Park for a second, because we're starting to fill up, and Renee and I want to give you an idea of what you're going to see inside here, what it's going to be like inside here. I don't know, Bob, can you slowly pan the camera around and give our viewing audience at home an idea of where the players are going to be seated out there in the middle of the field, right about at second base? And then let's take a few seconds here and slowly pan around. You just see a sea of red. Now, normally, you do see a lot of people wearing their Phillies gear at home games, but I don't believe it's like this. I don't think we normally see this much red.
No.
There's the camera location as we come back here, and we are just about, well, just off center from home plate, so it gives you an idea of what's going to be happening in here in
very patriotic. If you look at the blue seats and then the red and the white, it gets you in the spirit for voting next week.
I'm sorry?
I said it gets you in the spirit for voting next week.
Oh, yeah,
the
we
red,
have
white,
that coming up. We're also going to have great weather for that, too.
A lot going on.
Another sea of red right here. That reminds me, as soon as the team won, they brought out all these red shirts that have World Series champions on it. They brought out the clinch hats rather, and the finally t-shirts and sweatshirts. These things are selling anywhere from $20 to some jackets are over $100 to the tune of millions.
Right. I mean, you knew it was going to be big business when you heard Modell's and the Sporting Authority and Dick say that they were going to stay up all night, keep their doors open all night, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And, you know, they sold out. And then there was that same demand that following day. So certainly, Phillies fever is turning into green. It's not just red and white, it's green.
And there are two locations here in Citizens Bank Park which still have a line as people are coming into here, and I see them walking around with bags as they're buying the sweatshirts and the hats and t-shirts and what have you. So these things are going to be seen for a long time around Philadelphia.
As the parade makes its way down Broad Street, we'll have much more of our Parade of Champions live coverage. Stay with us.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Thank you very much, John Clark, Jade McCarthy here with us. This is insane. I've got goosebumps.
I know. I don't think any of us ever could have imagined this. Take a look up. We have Charlie Manuel on the float with us. Charlie, can you believe this?
This is what you call love. Charlie, did you ever imagine they'd be chanting your name like this riding down Broad Street in a parade?
Absolutely amazing. I'm getting to the place where I like it, though. You know, it's outstanding. I can't believe it. Absolutely unreal.
Charlie, could you in your wildest dreams ever have imagined what it felt like out here today?
In my wildest dreams, if I got a mind, I would have never dreamed I would be this big.
You know when all the former Phillies come back like Dallas Green, Larry Bowa, they are treated like royalty. You are now going to be one of them. How does that feel?
It feels real good. Hey, I can sit up there with them. What the hell?
Have you been able to soak all this in, this parade, with the joy you brought to this city?
Not really, but today I have. It seems like we've already driven a long ways, and that's all we've seen is people. Not only are we world champion, but this might be the greatest parade I ever seen.
Charlie Manuel, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the parade. John, I think we can officially be thankful that you're 6'5", because that's the best way to reach the float.
I'm going to have to lift you up next time. And Jade, let's take a look over here. The confetti flying everywhere. This is one of the largest parades in the history of Philadelphia.
All right, there it is, John Clark and Jade McCarthy. Advantage to John being so tall he can reach the microphone up there to get a live interview with Charlie Manuel, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, as he's enjoying this Parade of Champions.
I'm going to use him as my authority. He said this was the best parade he's ever seen. I second that.
Absolutely. Speaking of parades, we also had one in 1980, and you've heard from a lot of people, Glenn Hurricane Schwartz, who was here at the time or remembers it very well, and all the various people who remember it. We have somebody on staff who remembers that parade in 1980 very well.
Well, you looked at me, but you're not talking to me. You're talking about, of course, Terry Ruggles. Terry, we've been doing a lot of talk about how this parade compares to 1980. You actually were there. Talk to us about it.
Good question, Renee. I was on that press box that Jade and John are on, and we had a vantage point. Couple of observations. Because we're in the press box, we were at the front of the parade, and I never saw the back. I can tell you this, we didn't have the crowd following us to Citizen Bank Park. that they have right now. Now let's talk about the difference, because back in 1980 we had this big hulk of a field we called JFK Stadium. It held 110,000 people. It was beat up, it was worn out, it had those bench seats, and it was packed. And the buses pulled in, or those tractors pulled in, pulling those flatbeds with Larry Bowe and Pete Rose and Steve Carlton and the like, and it was deafening. I'm sure it will be deafening today with 46,000 in one stadium and maybe 60,000 in another. So we're taking two brand new stadiums, putting them together to get that JFK field that we had before. Another thing I'd like to bring up is never have so many gathered and waited so long for such a short parade. Think about this. A Mummers Parade lasts 12 hours and has maybe 30,000 people in it. We may have 2 million people on Broad Street today, and they waited for 3 flatbeds to go by, along with a bunch of police cars. Think about that. They got there, they waited for hours. It's almost like watching a track meet. In 30 seconds, the track meet is over and you go back. That's exactly what happened today, but the people are so energetic, so enthused that they are following down Broad Street. I think this is remarkable. Renee, I agree with you. I think that this is a bigger parade than 1980. I think there are more people. They certainly are well-mannered. I'm very impressed with that today. And I just think that this is a fine, fine testimony to, one, a world-class baseball team, but a world-class bunch of fans. I mean, think about it. There are people in Jersey, people out on the main line, people down in Delaware, they can't even get on a train because the trains have stopped coming in. I think this is a fine testimony to our appetite for greatness and what a great metropolitan area we are.
Well, absolutely, Terry. Well said. And I think this is a perfect storm, if you will, of events that have gotten together to bring this giant parade. It's on a quasi-holiday, being Halloween, when a lot of people take off anyway. We have beautiful weather. We certainly have better communications now. We have better transportation now. And, of course, the long wait, which certainly is quenching everybody's thirst for such a parade like this.
Terry, doesn't it also seem like there a great deal of organization went into planning this, comparing it to 1980? It just seems very well run, well done.
It seems to me that the crowd control is better right now, Renee. I like that very much. One of the things that happened back in 1980, and I remember looking down from the press box, or the press bus rather, that's when Philadelphia still had its mounted patrol. And the horses were going so fast and the parade was going so fast that they were just lathered to beat the band. You'll notice that this parade is going much slower, and I suspect this parade is going slower because it's led by the Budweiser Clydesdales, and nobody is going to go fast with that wagon of beer. So nobody is going to go faster than the Clydesdales that are pulling the Budweiser wagon, and that's why this parade is going a little slower, and people are kind of getting the feeling, getting to see their heroes a little bit longer.
Yeah, you mentioned the Clydesdales and beer, and I'm just reading some of my notes here. In 1980, they actually closed the state liquor stores in Philadelphia and shut down a lot of banks, anticipating some kind of problems. They've not done that this time, but nonetheless, this is a way that they try to control what happens with a crowd this large.
Well, point taken, Tim, and think about this. At the Lincoln, down at the other stadium, they are not going to sell liquor today. There will be no liquor sales. It will just be the ceremonies with the mayor, the coach, and those 6 Phillies talking. Now, back in 80, it was Larry Bowe who talked. It was Mike Schmidt who talked. Of course, Tug McGraw gave that famous statement. He said, you know, we've been in the shadow of New York City for all this time. Well, they can take that trophy and stick it. I think we can say the same thing today. We beat the Dodgers. We beat the Mets. And they can take our trophy and do whatever they want with it. It is our trophy, and we can display it proudly for the next 365 days.
Could you say that on TV back then, Terry?
Not only could you, they did, and as I did today. History being made twice on NBC 10.
All right, of course, we remember the late, great Tug McGraw, who would have been so proud.
You gotta believe.
This today.
All right. Terry, thank you so much. We'll be checking back with you throughout the afternoon.
Listen, I have to tell you, Joe, I know you can't see it from your vantage point, but on NBC 10, our parade coverage looks great. We look like $1 million. It is super.
Thanks,
Thank you, Terry. It feels like it, too. We're having a blast.
We got to live up to these fans and our Phillies. Thanks again, Terry. We'll check back with you.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Why don't we head back down to the field now with Tracy and Vi. Who do you got with you, guys?
Oh, well, we have a lot of excited fans that are already cheering, including my good friend Timmy Kelly, who is a very popular singer in the area and who has sung for Phillies games. How special is this for you to be here today?
This is so exciting. I'm so grateful to be here. Philadelphia deserves this, and I love the Philadelphia Phillies.
How did you get the best seats in the house? You're right in the front row of the dugout.
Well, I gotta say that my good friend Scott Palmer from the Phillies hooked me up.
Oh, you got an inside hookup.
Yeah, very nice.
So he got you hooked up right here in the front row?
Yes.
Atta boy, you got to know people. You understand that, right?
Oh, yeah.
All throughout your life, the more people you know, the better off you're going to be. Check this out, though, Tim and Renee. Among the crowd here is the Eagles head coach. Who's Joe Carter? The Eagles are playing in Seattle, although nobody's really talking about the Eagles. But their head coach, Andy Reid, didn't make the trip. So he's here. How's the team going to be this week?
We got a couple of players out here. We're going to get some encouragement and take some notes, and hopefully we'll be doing this next year.
We'd like for you guys to have a parade in February, Coach. So
that's right, exactly.
Get on that game plan and make sure that we get a parade for the Eagles as well.
We've been talking about how it's a whole new generation experiencing this, and a lot of people not going to school. Were you supposed to be in school today?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, huh?
No way. Phillies are too important.
All right. And tell me about you. Were you supposed to be in school today?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
But Mom and Dad said what?
I could just skip it. Phillies are way too important.
So what is this like for you?
This is awesome. This is completely awesome.
Completely awesome. I think everybody agrees with you. Look at all these banners.
Who called in sick today? How about everybody that's supposed to be in school, raise your hand.
Oh, there you go. In fact, when we were coming in, they had signs that said, skipping school 08.
You know what? We've got great fans, but they're a bunch of delinquents. So I hope you guys get back to school and learn what you're supposed to learn. All you guys, you parents, you should be ashamed, you parents, letting your kids out to come out here and enjoy a parade.
Once in a lifetime, Vi.
Once in a lifetime. We'll give them a pass today. Renee, Tim, back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Vi and Tracy. It was great to have Timmy Kelly there. We should know he would have connections. Way to go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and how about Vi? Go tell them, Vi. They're missing a Halloween party at school. How about that?
Vi's a dad to the end.
I know. Oh, is this a look inside the link right now? Is this okay? This is inside Lincoln Financial Field, which, as you can see, is also filling up with people. And here's the scene just outside the stadium complex. Also a sea of people, and somewhere out there is Glenn Hurricane Schwartz, also a big Phillies fan. You can hear me okay, Glenn? Well, let's go. Let's bring in Glenn. What's going on out there? There he is.
Oh, yeah. Tim, there are thousands and thousands of people out here waiting for the parade. There must be 100 deep as you go on the other side of the stadium. We're out near the center field, left field corner, and people are just milling around. Some of them don't know where the parade's going to go. Some of the police don't even seem to know which way the parade's going to go around the stadium. So people are going back and forth. There are thousands of people in the parking lots watching the jumbotrons and looking for TV cameras wherever they can find them. And they just found one, as a matter of fact. And it's just unbelievable. I think there are more people out here than there are in the stadium itself.
I think you're right, Glenn.
From practically infants up to senior citizens. There are, like it said, I just can't see even how far it is to the street. They're solid all the way back. You can tell. I mean, they are waiting. They are patient. They want the Pat's here. That's right.
I came from LA last night just for this. Phillies fan, QDZ 99. I see y'all. We here, man. Come on, go Phillies!
Hey, Glenn, can you hear us?
I don't think Glenn can hear us, Tim.
Hey, Glenn. Glenn, you copy?
It's a little bit overwhelming here, as a matter of fact.
Hey, Glenn, real
we have
briefly.
Delaware people.
He can't hear us.
I don't think he can hear us.
People in red. Never saw so much red in my life.
All right, Glenn, we'll check back with you. I don't know if people are happier about the Phillies or the weather. Any way you look at it, you got a lot of happy people out there. And you know what? The man who was said he came from L.A. raises an interesting point. A lot of Phillies fans over the years who have either moved out of the city or moved across the country came back today for this
event. Yeah, once in a almost a lifetime, once in a generation experience.
Absolutely.
Coming home for this
people
big parade.
want to be here for this.
There again is the lead of the parade. Pat Burrell right up there. Looks like he's climbed up on top of the Clydesdales wagon right there now.
He looks like a World Series champion, doesn't he?
He is, in a very big way.
All right.
All right, we're going to take another break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes as we close out here, well, only for now, watching the Fanatic making its way down to Citizens Bank Park. But don't forget, our live coverage continues on the Parade of Champions here on NBC 10, and we'll be back in just a moment.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Jimmy Rollins! Is this bigger than you thought? Is this bigger? Is this bigger than you thought?
Give me the microphones, man. This is what it's all about. You know, we work very hard for a long time, and this city has waited a very long time. 25 years since the last World Championship, and as you can see, the turnout is absolutely fabulous. Everybody out here doing their thing, having a great time, and the city of Philadelphia knows that we love them, and we know that they love us back. Enjoy the day. Be safe.
All right, you heard it from the man himself, Jimmy Rollins. And of course, John Clark was down there able to get that interview with him because he and Jade are actually traveling with the parade. You know, the other night when Jimmy Rollins, right after winning the World Series, was talking to our Vaisik Ahema, he was saying that by winning this World Series, it sort of lightened the load on the other professional sports teams in this town in terms of feeling the pressure to bring home a championship. I would argue it's just the opposite. After today and all this excitement that's been generated by our Phillies, I think the pressure is really on the other teams, as well as, of course, our Phillies to repeat. I've seen several signs just here today, people saying, repeat, repeat. This is a good feeling. And I think once you get a taste of it, you just want more. But there you're looking at a live picture right now of the parade as it's making its way towards the ballpark here. The park is filling up. It's hard to imagine all of those people that are out there getting in here, especially when you consider how many fans are already in Citizens Bank Park, as well as Lincoln Financial Field filling up with fans. Everybody coming out on this Halloween, the last day in October, to celebrate this historic, really, gathering of fans to show their support for our Phils. It's really incredible, isn't it, Tim?
And keep in mind, this crowd is just going to grow by the minute as people are making that long walk down Broad Street. Perhaps half of them already here.
Yeah. Let's hope. I don't know how many people it can accommodate, so let's hope most of them are here or on their way.
I don't know as I've ever seen 1 million people all in one spot, aside from watching it on television. You know, I've seen crowds of 200,000, 300,000, and the like, but $1 million.
We both have covered a lot of events, and I don't think either one of us have been in person for anything like actually what we're witnessing right now.
And how do you count a crowd like this? How do you make an accurate count? I suppose it's just an educated guess.
Right. I guess, but you really do feel the excitement mounting as this parade is making its way to the ballparks here.
Do you hear what that is? That's the siren system on some police cars, and they've managed to give a little dun,
oh my gosh, you're right.
You normally hear those when they're trying to get somebody out of the way of a crosswalk.
Right. Hey,
so
it's
the
good
police
news
department's
today.
in the spirit.
All the way around. It's certainly, given some of the stories we've had to do in the recent months, I think everybody, for a whole host of reasons, needed this today. Just an occasion to get together, to celebrate, to feel good.
And it's a wonderful way to cap off the season. Speaking of the season, we of course are in football season now.
Right.
And we've had a few disappointing years in the past few years with the Eagles. So it's nice to have a championship right in the middle of this season.
Absolutely.
There again, Pat Burrell. Jumped right up on top of the Clydesdales float, the main float, and he's making his way toward us right now. He is up for free agency, and I haven't heard at this point. Vi would probably, and certainly Vi and John and Jade would know much more about this, but he's up for free agency this year. And from what I'm reading, the likelihood is that he may, and I emphasize may, not be back with the Phillies next year.
Yeah, we've seen some of the signs in the parade. Right. Don't go, Pat, don't go. But that, I guess, is all part of this sport.
But of course, he's into his 30s. Another big guy is Ryan Howard, the home run hitter of the Phillies, and perhaps among the kids, one of the best known of the Phillies. And Jade and John caught up with him a few minutes ago, and they had a chance to chat with him for just a couple of minutes.
This is Ryan Howard reporting live. The NBC camera. We're live from the parade, heading down Broad Street. As you can see, it's crazy out here, ladies and gentlemen. It's straight pandemonium. The Philadelphia Phillies, the entire city of Philadelphia is celebrating. It's outrageous. We're here live with Carlos Ruiz. Carlos, do you have something to say to the fans?
Oh, thank you for the support all year, and it was a great moment. I never forgot in my life.
Carlos, it's been said that you live for this. Is that true?
Yeah, I live for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ryan Howard live from the Philadelphia Phillies Victory Parade on Broad Street. I'm signing off. God bless you. Good night.
Hey, hire that man. Hire that man. That was Ryan Howard. I tell you, I spent most of yesterday afternoon making a Halloween costume. My 10-year-old daughter Cameron insisted on being Ryan Howard for today's Halloween parade. So I spent most of the afternoon making a costume. So it's nice to see the man in person doing our job.
And all I can think of when I saw him holding the microphone was that commercial that's running throughout the series of Ryan Howard with a bat and advertising the cheesesteak.
Right.
And he was actually doing a little chant. It's one of the funniest commercials.
He's got a lot of personality, which is what you were saying about him being so popular with the young people, which as a parent you love to see. Absolutely.
And I've always been amazed. I see him occasionally with those great big earrings, the big diamond studs in his ears, and I thought something was wrong with his ear at first because those diamonds are so huge.
They're never too huge, Tim. I don't know what you're talking about. Never too big.
Oh, well said, Renee.
All right. Well, you see the fans. They're milling around. They're waiting for the culmination of this celebration here. Just a lot of anticipation. Also, Citizens Bank Park is really starting to fill up here with people who have tickets for today's celebration. Down in the middle of it all is our own Tracy Davidson. Hey, Tracy.
Hey, yeah, we're in the dugouts, but there's so many young people here, so excited. So tell me your story. You were supposed to be in school today, but I want to know how the conversation went with Mom and Dad about not going to school today.
I wanted to go to the parade today, and then my dad got tickets.
How happy were you?
I was excited.
And what are you looking forward to when the players finally get here? Because they're close,
I don't know.
You don't know? Who do you want to see?
Jimmy Rollins.
Yeah? and Chase Utley. And how about the conversation that you had with your parents today? How'd you know that you're going to get to come here instead of going to school? Come on down here.
Well, we went to Monday's game and Wednesday's game, and I came home from school yesterday, and when I got home, my parents said, "Do you want to go to the parade tomorrow?" And I said, "Yes."
You said, "No, I'd rather go to school."
No.
No. All right, let's hear Phillies cheer. How lucky are those kids? I'm telling you, once in a lifetime. We hope that's not the case, but boy, this is an event to remember for these young people, Tim and Renee.
It sure is, Tracy. There's some great kids that you had there with you, although Vi said they should be in school, but...
Not today. Halloween.
Not today.
Give them
not
a day
Halloween.
off. All right, you know, another player that we've seen a lot of pitching, at least in the series and in the games leading up to the series, is Jamie Moyer. A native of Souderton. We've had stories on the air about his parents, about when he was a little boy growing up and always wanted to be pitching in the World Series and, of course, be a Philly.
What a dream.
What a time this has to be for him.
Yeah. All right, now our intrepid reporters, our sports reporters, Jade McCarthy and John Clark, were out there, and they caught up with him just a short time ago. Let's hear from Jamie Moyer.
Is this the ultimate dream come true? It's unbelievable. You know what? This is just amazing. We got out on Broad Street. It's something I can never would have imagined in my life. And you know what? This tops off the World Series right here. Doing it in Philadelphia, doing it with this city, doing it with our fans. This is just amazing. And you know what? We're not even to the stadium yet. So, you know, it's been an exciting day, and I just can't believe the amount of people that are here so far. How about your kids here? I think they're all taking it in. They're having a lot of fun with this, and I think we're all in amazement with the excitement that our fans have brought out here today.
Are the fans even more passionate than you ever could have believed?
You know what? I never realized what it was like out here on the streets, and today we're really seeing it. And you know what? The only thing I can say is thank you. Thank you to all the fans who supported us all season long. Jamie, is this bigger? Is this bigger than you expected? By far. I had no idea that it was going to be like this. I knew it was going to be big, but you know what? This dwarfs the 1980 parade. This is awesome.
All right, that was Jamie Moyer, graduate of St. Joe's, hometown boy, talking about it was better than he even could have expected.
And once again, the long arm of John Clark making all that possible. he barely has to reach up there and they can grab the microphone. Again, Moyer from Souderton, and there's been some talk of possibly retirement. He hasn't really addressed it, you know, in the past couple of days, but he's in his mid-40s, and that's usually about the run for a Major League Baseball player. Actually, it's usually less than that.
Past the run.
Nonetheless, it'll come for him soon enough.
We're looking at a live picture of that float. You see Harry Callis, the voice of the Phils, moving their way, moving towards us, getting ever closer.
What a voice. Perhaps the most emulated voice of people who want to be in broadcasting in Philadelphia. How many times do you hear somebody, men only, yeah, it's a guy thing, but how many times have you heard a guy, you know, talk like Harry Callis when
barrel
it's
voice, absolutely.
I know John Clark does it quite a bit.
Well, you know, Vi Sikahema, he has a pretty nice voice. What do you have for us, Vi?
Hey, Tim and Renee, unless you had the presence of mind to pack a lunch when you came this morning, most people have probably forgotten that it's past lunchtime. I haven't. You guys know me. I never forget it's lunchtime. So our buddy Pete from Tony Luke's, he sent down 4 steaks for the crew down here. So check it out. I get the whiz, the cheese whiz, and with onions. So there it is. And I'm getting ready to dig into this bad boy. I know you guys are probably starving up there because you've been sitting there and, you know, doing a great job anchoring our coverage, and you're probably starving, and you don't have the people that I have, the connections that I have inside this ballpark that can run up to Tony Luke's and get you guys a cheesesteak. But that's how you roll when you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt and a flowered lei today and come to the ballpark on Halloween as the Flying Hawaiian Shane Victorino. So I'm going to send it back up to you guys so I can dig into this.
You are a cool man.
Thank you.
You are cruel. They are not applauding for you. Meanwhile, our crew up here is giving us the evil eye. The picture's probably going to go black any second now because the food's down there. And Tim, we apparently have no connections because nobody up here is eating anything.
I was just going to suggest we now bring in the catering table and show Vi what's up there.
All right. Well, why don't we do that on break? We have much more of our Parade of Champions coming up in just a few moments. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Brad, is this bigger than you thought it would be?
I never dreamed it'd be 100 this big. This is huge, huge.
You finally get the idea about what this has meant to this city?
Now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting it. I had no idea. Now I'm getting it.
Does a day like this take to sink in?
What's that?
How long does a day like this take to sink in?
It's sinking in now. It's starting to sink in now. Because look at all these people, seeing all these fans. I mean, it blows my mind. It's blowing my mind right now.
Do you realize for the rest of your life in this town, wherever you go, you're going to be a king?
I can't believe it. I can't believe how lucky I am to be here in front of these fans. I can't believe how lucky I am.
Have you seen the little kids too? The little kids' faces, even babies?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, the little kids, everyone. This is unbelievable. I can't describe it.
All right, that's John Clark getting the interview with Brad Lidge, the Phillies closer who has a perfect record this season.
Yes,
and, of course, through the final pitch, the strikeout that won us the World Series.
Yeah, wasn't it nice to hear him say how overwhelmed he was by this? And I think a lot of the players are getting that. I mean, we've lived in this city for a long time, and we know how the fans feel about their sports teams. But I think this sort of reaffirms for the players today just how much they mean to the city and the people who live here.
Yeah, and a guy like Lidge, who's rather young, who hasn't been around the league all that long and is getting the taste of this championship at such a young age. And it's absolutely spectacular for these young guys as well.
I cannot imagine. Although I know how we feel as fans seeing this happen, so it's pretty good. Speaking of fans, look at them.
We're back here live at Citizens Bank Park. Our coverage is continuing, and we're going to stay here. Just a couple of minutes ago, the announcer in here announced the members of the Phillies who are going to be speaking, and it pretty much runs the group of the Phillies who have been the stars, the heroes throughout the season who brought us this big victory. And I believe I heard them say that Pat Burrell was going to lead it off.
Right. So it's a sign that this program is starting to get underway slowly. Why don't we check in with Vi and Tracy and see what they have down on the field for us, guys?
Yeah, hey guys, we got Dave Raymond down here, who's the former and the original Philly fanatic. And just to prove it, you brought something with you that you're sharing with Tracy.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Tracy for a few minutes, but I'll have to chop her finger off. She doesn't give it back. It's the only thing that's worth anything in my wardrobe, so I'll keep that.
How about it? And I was just saying, do a lot of people ask to wear it?
Yeah, and you know, it's just a reflection of how passionate the fans are here in Philadelphia. That you know, I wear that occasionally a lot when I travel, and Vi's travel a lot. That they'll look at it and they say, "Oh, you were the fanatic," you know. And I said, "No, I'm Mickey Morandini," so I could pass it. But it's always been a great thing, and it's wonderful that they gave me that ring. They didn't have to do that, and the Phillies went to bat for me, those players, and said, we want Dave to have a ring, so it's an awesome thing.
Again, Dave, you created the persona of the fanatic. How did that all come about? Because your dad is a great football coach down at Delaware, but you created the persona of the fanatic. Tell me how that all happened.
Well, there was no big plan, Vi. I was an intern, and I raised my hand because the intern's the only one that would be dumb enough to say they're going to be a 300-pound green furry Muppet in front of the same fans that booed Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. But I went to Bill Giles and said, what is it you want me to do? And he said, have fun, David. Make sure you have fun. And it was the greatest advice you could give me. I was a Phillies fan. They were paying me to be an idiot. I got in all the games for free. And then to have the, I mean, the fanatic is beloved now by the fans of Philadelphia. And he couldn't do anything wrong. And honest to God, it was the greatest job you could ever have in this life.
You were here in 1980. Tell us about some of the differences that you've seen since 1980 championship run and the parade and what you see today?
Well, a little bit of difference in that back in '80, I don't think the fans ever believed it was possible. Even with the Flyers victory a few years prior, I don't think they believed it. These fans throughout, and I was one of them, I just knew they were going to win. People were texting me going, oh, the rain out, they're done now. I go, they are winning on that resume game, I guarantee it. And well, what else would you say? But it really felt like that. And I think the difference is there's sheer numbers here. 2 million people down here. I mean, it's just phenomenal. And then I was working then, so I didn't get to really feel it. Today with my family here in the stands, I mean, I'm feeling it. It's fun. I mean, you guys get to experience, but I was working back then, so now I'm not.
And these fans had hope. They knew it was possible, and you really can feel it. Tell us that feeling that you get from the fans, especially you're letting little kids try the ring on.
Well, I mean, when you're in costume and you're working and you become somebody else, and then you take that costume off and you're just like everybody else. It's fun to get recognized like everybody likes that, and the fans just overwhelmingly support you. And to get a little piece of it, everybody wants a little piece of it, and that's why they're here today. That's why I came with my family. You want to be connected, and that ring or photographs or memories of video, on this day and age with cell phones, they're all going to have that little connection, and really that's why they're here. That's why they stand out in Broad Street. That's why they act crazy. They want to feel connected, and that's what's wonderful about sports in general, but with a championship team, it just takes it to the pinnacle that you'll never be there again.
We all want to be part of it.
Dave Raymond, we appreciate you, and in honor of the Philly Fanatic, let me just give you a little bump out of the way. You're in my shot. Thank you very much, Dave Raymond. You're the man, buddy.
Thanks, Tracy.
All right.
I'll give your ring back to you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give that ring back, Tracy. Back to you guys. Tim and Renee?
I was watching that very closely to make sure that ring got back to Dave.
It was a great piece of jewelry. I don't mind you, Tracy. I don't mind. All right. Wasn't it great to hear from the original Philly Fanatic and get a feel for what it was like, comparing it to 1980 and now? I hope our Philly Fanatic got a championship ring.
Oh, I would imagine he did. He deserves it.
I hope so. That's very nice.
Every time I see the Fanatic, I remember the time he was riding on the scooter or the cart, whatever, and fell off. Now, he was okay, but it was the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. My kids laughed for hours over that and replayed it.
Guess it goes with the job. It goes with the territory. All right, why don't we check in with Jade and John, who just a short while ago got an interview with The Voice, Harry Callis.
We're out of here.
That was good.
This is breathtaking. This is breathtaking. The fan support is incredible.
Harry, you were at the 1980 parade. Is this better or bigger in any way?
This is bigger. This is the biggest I've ever seen. I don't see how it could get any bigger.
Hey, everybody. You guys are missing out if you guys are home watching this. This is unbelievable. So many people turned out. We're having a great time right now.
Man, this is unbelievable. Fans of Philadelphia are going nuts. Can't say thank you enough.
We're glad to do it for the city. This city rocks, man. We'll say nothing about it.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thank you to everybody. This is unbelievable.
How about Jeff Jenkins double?
Wow, doesn't it look like the players are having a great time?
I know they're having a ball. In the middle, we heard from Chase Utley, and it looked like his wife right next to him. There's a couple that have really been embraced by this city. And an interesting story about her is I think it was on NBC 10 when we did a story about some dogs that have been abused or something. And she took control of that situation, helped raise some money, and now both Chase and his wife are very active in humane rights for animals. And, the city has just embraced them as ambassadors
they've become
from
a real
Philadelphia
part of the city, a fabric of the city. Wow, and you see the parade there. They're slowly making their way. We had said around 2 o'clock, but I don't think we were accounting for the fact that, the parade is moving slowly. There are a lot of fans out there. It got a bit of a late start. It started around 12 o'clock, or 12:20. It was supposed to start at 12.
It's hard to tell.
Its way.
It's hard to tell from what we can see where the beginning of the parade is. We need to look for the Clydesdales and the Fanatic, and then, maybe see where Chopper 10 is. But it appears, by all means, it's getting much closer because there's the ramp to I-76. So it is within what you might call the stadium complex right now. And here's a look at the scoreboard. And again, we go back live to Chopper 10. There's the ramp that everybody has taken so many times to leave the stadium and get on I-76 to either go eastbound or westbound. And here are just the massive crowds now in the parking lot outside.
Can you imagine the cheering that's going to take place when the parade actually makes its way here.
As everybody's been saying, we're going to feel it when it happens. We're not going to just see it. We are going to feel it.
I've been feeling it. I can't imagine feeling much more. This is pretty amazing.
I remember being here when the Eagles had some of their championship runs and being stationed outside and doing interviews outside and just looking around and saying, my, what a sea of people.
But nothing like today.
Nothing like today. To see it out here today is just phenomenal.
Nothing like today.
And look, the lineup of people on the overpasses, on the bridges surrounding I-76 where it crosses South Broad Street, getting a view of anything and everything that they can see.
And again, everybody just getting along real well. I mean, we've been sitting here, people have been walking by, they've been waving, they have their kids with them. It's just, you see right there.
With faces painted.
People are just out to enjoy and to celebrate. And there, right now you're looking at a picture of Lincoln Financial Field where, of course, fans will be there as well as where Tim and I are, which is Citizens Bank Park, to help in the celebration of the Parade of Champions.
I understand the Phillies and the city quickly realized the number of people they would have, and the Phillies reached out to Jeffrey Lurie of the Philadelphia Eagles, and in the space of just a couple of phone calls made the deal, got the ticketing situation worked out, and opened up Lincoln Financial Field, the home of the Philadelphia Eagles, to accommodate the overflow. And while I don't have all the details in front of me, it was my understanding from this morning that they were going to make arrangements for some of the players to go to the link to address the crowd there as well. But again, don't hold me to that because that was the schedule as of this morning. With this massive
people, a lot of coordination in a short period of time. Think about it. This all started Wednesday night. So it's... a lot has come together very quickly. Although it was very interesting, several hours ago we heard from Larry Cunningham, one of the former Phils, talk about how they had the parade the day after winning the World Series.
Yeah, they had no time to prepare.
Isn't that something?
Imagine that. If some of these Phillies had to go from that night game right into the parade the next morning, they'd still be a little bleary-eyed.
I thought we had a quick turnaround, but this is great.
Look at this.
So glad that Wednesday night happened in Philadelphia. I know it perhaps wasn't ideal starting and stopping the game, but to have it all happen here in Philadelphia, it just does not get better.
Here's a shot right now of fans inside the ballpark, and as we look around, the upper deck is filling up, and I would say, Renee and I were guessing it's probably 3/4 full now, but again, what we used to call the old 700 level on the vet is slowly filling up. And again, the sellout occurred in both these stadiums in just about an hour. So these seats will be full.
Weren't those the seats you used to have when you were in college? I know when we were in college and got to go to a ball game, it was always
That's
the
where we had to sit then, yeah.
Exactly.
The old 700 club.
Yep. Every ballpark has one.
Now, what is stadium? As we pan around, this is showing the open part of the stadium. When they built this, they purposely made the outfield, the open part, looking back on the skyline of Philadelphia. That's where the Liberty Bell is. The scoreboard is to the left. And the openness just brings back the old style stadiums where, you know, you had the feel of being outdoors and the noise escapes. And that's what we have in this ballpark today. All right, as we're taking a live look now at Citizens Bank Park, spelled out right there in green, we're going to take a quick break of our live coverage here on NBC 10 of the Parade of Champions, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
Welcome back to NBC 10's live coverage of the Parade of Champions. What a day it has been. It started a little bit before 12 where the parade lined up at 20th and Market, made its way down around City Hall, down Broad Street, getting ever closer to its final spot here at Citizens Bank Park and, of course, Lincoln Financial Field. Hard to estimate how many people are out there today, Tim. Certainly when you go back to 1980 with over 1 million people out for the parade. Back to 1974 for the Stanley Cup parade, celebrating the Stanley Cup champs, the Philadelphia Flyers. There were 2 million people. I have no way to guess how many people we have out here today. I think for the 76ers in '83, they said there was 1.7 million. I can't imagine any crowd being larger than the crowd we have here today.
You're absolutely right, and I think when we're done, the city is probably going to put some estimates on it and probably come up with the largest crowd that's ever gotten together in Philadelphia's history. And you can see the location. You can see the distinctive twin boulevards of South Broad Street in front of the stadium complex as they're making their way here. So it won't be long now as this place is filling up. So now let's go back down on the field where Tracy and Vi are standing on the grass, on the dirt right now here in Citizens Bank Park. Hey, guys.
And for the people who are here, they are going to be treated to quite a show. This is Chrissy Lawrence with the Phillies. She's been with the Phillies for 30 years. Director of all things that go on the field, right?
That's correct. Director of entertainment.
And what's going to happen? Walk us through it.
When the players arrive here, they're going over to Lincoln Financial first, then they're coming here. There's going to be a parade of the players in cars. They're all going to get on the red carpet, go up onto the stage, and then the mayor, Dave Montgomery, Pat Gillick will speak, and then 9 of the players will speak. We're also going to raise the World Series flag, and then at the end, there's going to be all of the players are going to do just a victory lap around the field.
When they do that victory lap, Chris, they'll be in one car going around?
No, they'll be walking. Initially, when they come in, they'll each be in an individual car. But at the end, we're going to encourage them to take the trophy and walk around the field.
How was this different in terms of planning? Because you were involved in the 1980 parade, but how is this different in terms of planning for you folks?
The city planned everything. We just got on floats, rode around, and had a good time.
And tell me how you feel about watching all this, even though you're coordinating everything that's going on here.
Oh, it's so exciting. It's so wonderful. It's so wonderful for all of us, for the fans and all of us that are involved with the club. It's a lot of fun.
Chris, we thank you very much. I've actually worked with Chris before. We've gotten a church choir of mine to come and sing the national anthem.
We sure have.
Chris has been absolutely terrific. We appreciate your time. And you know what? Next time, just take credit for it. Don't worry about the city.
Oh, okay.
Just say, yeah, I did all this. I did all this.
All then, I'm doing it all now.
There you go. You just take the credit. Nobody really cares right now.
Thanks for being with us, and good luck today. It's going to be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Take care. All right, back to you guys upstairs.
All right.
All right, Vi and Tracy.
Well, speaking of taking credit, I know Glenn may want to take credit for this beautiful weather today. It is spectacular.
Oh, you deserve it, Glenn. You called it, buddy.
Yeah, Tim and Renee, it doesn't get any better than this. We had weather problems for the ball games, but certainly no weather problems now. You can see the first float down the street just a little bit. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people have been waiting here for hours to see the Phillies come down towards Citizens Bank Park. They're now only a couple of 100 yards away. They're stopping every once in a while, waving to the crowd. The people in the parking lot watching on the jumbotrons going on toward the street. They're also interested in our cameras, obviously. They've waited their whole lives for this, and I've waited my whole life for this, as a matter of fact. I wasn't even around here in 1980, living in Atlanta at the time, never got to be a part of a parade or a celebration of any sort until now, and I'm sharing it with thousands and thousands of my closest friends, and they couldn't get any happier than this. And it's not just because they're on TV, it's because their beloved city finally got a championship. It took decades. Nobody expected it. That's what makes it all the more beautiful. Let's hear it for Phillies! And they're right over there. Go cheer them.
All right, there's Glenn Hurricane Schwartz, and if I know Glenn, he still has shirts left over from 1980 when the Phillies won.
Not to mention bow ties.
Well, it is a happy time for him. A local boy. The lore goes, I don't know how true it is, he was blown off his front porch by a storm or something. That's what they say anyway.
Are you sure that's right?
Well, that's his claim to fame for the weather when he was a little boy.
It's his story, and he's
true or
sticking
not, it's
to
a great
it.
story.
There you go.
And here he is, right in his glory, watching his favorite baseball team after winning the World Series.
It doesn't get any better than this, Tim. And so many stories today. I tell you, this is really going to go down. I think it's one of those days where everybody will remember having been here and
look at this scene right there,
the parade.
with the sign right in the foreground.
It's
what a sight.
All righty, let's check in again with Tracy and Vi, and they have a special guest with them. Tracy.
Yeah, hey guys, I've got Chief Inspector Bill Calarulo, who's down here, is in charge of everything that goes on here for the police department. Bill, tell me about the planning. One of the enduring memories that I think I have and a lot of people have of the 1980 World Series parade and the last game of that season was the horses and the dogs that line the field at the Veterans Stadium. Obviously, they don't have a presence here. Why? And tell me about the planning.
Well, Vi, I remember that very vividly myself. We have different strategies now. We're going to have a contingent of officers. You can see some of them are out here now. Some of them are staying on top of the dugouts. We're going to have officers on bicycle. We have the motorcycles that are leading the parade. We have officers outside. We also have plainclothes officers in the crowd just in case there's any kind of skirmishes that happen. We're pretty confident that we have enough police officers here to take care of any problems. The biggest thing, and Mayor Nutter alluded to this the other day, we want you to have a good time, but we don't want you to get out of control. The other night, some of it was an embarrassment for the city, and we don't want a repeat of that.
Yeah, no knuckleheads. And the biggest difference between now and in 1980, you were saying, is that there's no place for the people to go once they get here if they don't have tickets to get inside one of the stadiums.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember in 1980 they had JFK Stadium, which was that big oval arena, and you could fit 100,000 people in there, and it was a lot different back then. One of the problems we're having, too, is the crowd is following the parade from Center City, so this area is going to swell up even more. We expect a big crowd. We just don't want it to get out of control.
Inspector, I got to imagine that when you plan for an event like this, you're going to have to understand, I'm sure you folks understand there will be some problems, but I think given the magnitude of the event and how many people are out here, would you say that it's been relatively easy and people have been behaving themselves?
By all things considered, the crowd has been wonderful. You have a fraction of a percent, if it's that high, of people that are causing a problem. You take that away, it's been wonderful.
We hope it continues to be that way.
We hope so. Inspector, appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Good luck to you. I know it's been a hard year for the police force, but I hope this helps
well,
give you folks.
Fans, so this
Absolutely.
is great. It's great for the city.
Thank you very much, Inspector. All right, back to you guys. Tim and Renee.
All right, that was great. Thanks so much, Vi and Tracy. And we are really getting closer now. We can see that the parade route is basically right next to the stadium. They're getting ready to file in here in just a few minutes. And you can also hear it from the field in terms of them going over what the lineup is going to be. You're starting to see the police officers line the field. We are getting close to the start of the culmination of this celebration for the Parade of Champions.
And we have cameras literally everywhere. We have cameras in the link. We have several cameras here in Citizens Bank Park. And then, of course, all of our cameras lining the route outside, inside. You have it. We've got the sights that you need to see as you're watching this ceremony about to get underway. We'll be back in a few minutes. NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions, the Philadelphia Phillies, the 2008 World Series champions. And we'll be back right after this.
NBC 10's coverage of the Parade of Champions is brought to you by Dodge.
You're looking at a live picture right now as we're getting closer to the start of the celebration for our Philadelphia Phillies. You're looking at Lincoln Financial Field and Citizens Bank Park. Right now you're looking at Citizens Bank Park waiting. It's slowly starting to fill up. I'd say it's still not full. Would you, Tim?
No, not quite full, but almost. I mean, this would be the crowd size that we see in here right now for just an average baseball game. Certainly not near the end of the season, but these people will pour in here. Yeah. They all have their tickets to fill every seat.
I imagine so many people want to wait outside, as you were saying, to see the parade actually pull in front, and then Then they'll come in and take their seats.
Yeah, kind of like a wedding. You want to gather around and watch the bride and groom enter the church, and then bam, you'll pour in afterward, grab your seat, grab your food, and
well, this is quite a wedding.
It sure is.
What a celebration
one like
today.
we will never see again, probably in a few years. But then, wouldn't it be great if it would happen again next year?
Well, I was saying, we've been seeing signs in the stadium, people already talking about repeat.
Oh, here's
this
the delay. We could see here just a second ago, the parade appeared to be at a dead stop. I'm not sure what the circumstances are, but they might be dealing with just the sheer enormous crowd right here at the entrance to Citizens Bank Park.
Which is what Officer Kolarulu was talking about, the fact that you've got so many people moving this way, it may have temporarily forced them to
and again, keep in mind, their plan was to take the parade through the link, I believe, as the link has the capabilities to do that.
Right.
And let the people who are gathered around the link get a glimpse of the parade there and then come over here. So that may be part of their logistics. Unfortunately, from our vantage point, we have no way of knowing at this point what they're doing.
And it'll be interesting to see if they keep with that schedule, since they are about an hour behind.
Yeah. And that's understandable with the crowd of this size.
How do you plan for something like this?
And
we were talking about how well planned it has been and how orderly and well managed. So
it seems to have gone off well. Of course, we'll hear about all the glitches later on as they get reported, but it seems to have gone off well. It appears there is some movement now. I see they're making the turn off of South Broad and then making the turn over into where they would be heading toward Lincoln Financial Field. And just look at the crowd on both sides of the
quite a caravan. And then you're right, on either side
there are the parking lots. And you can see 21,000 parking spaces here, and there's still a lot of open space where cars have not parked in those parking lots.
That's people taking SEPTA.
Here again, Chopper 10. If I look back, I can see the helicopter right behind me, and then you're seeing the view as they're looking into Citizens Bank Park. Again, the ceremonies here will get underway. It was announced just a few minutes ago that Mayor Nutter will be joining Phillies President Dave Montgomery and then Phillies General Manager Pat Gillick to make the first comments. And then, of course, the team members will hear from Charlie Manuel, of course. And then the introductions will be made by the stadium public address announcer, Dan Baker. And then we'll hear from the players themselves. And it's going to be interesting because the players all have their certain style and personalities, and they're going to be doing what they have fun doing to get the crowd charged up. That's going to be the fun part.
All right, why don't we check in with Glenn and see what's going on outside. Glenn?
Yeah, Renee, it is a beautiful, beautiful day. I've had lots of thank yous out here compared to what we've seen earlier. The floats are starting to come by, and here comes the next one, has the Fanatic on it. We had Cole Hamels look like for the first one, and he was not recognized by some until he started waving and asking the crowd to cheer some more. But obviously everybody knows the Fanatic when they see him coming down towards Citizens Bank Park. We're just outside the stadium itself. There are thousands and thousands of people from every direction that you can see. They've been in the parking lot watching the parade on the Jumbotron, and then when they start to see the floats, they get a little closer to the street. The police have been able, amazingly, to keep the street clear so that these floats can actually come down across the area. And now that they're seeing the Fanatic, they're all gathering toward the street. They're literally 100 deep on both sides, all the way back. And here comes other floats from the back. It just couldn't be a better day than this.
There it is.
Yeah. We have people somehow on the lampposts, on top of the fences, people standing on top of each other, the kids on top of their parents, just trying to get a view of whatever they can see. And obviously the Fanatic is drawing quite a crowd, trying to get them all to cheer some more. And you can see the blue sky in the background. which is a big relief for me after predicting this for several days. We've had enough bad weather with all of this World Series, on all the home games and the postponements and the suspensions, and it all climaxed in the best weather day of the week. So if we didn't have the delay, it wouldn't be this beautiful out here.
You know, Glenn, back inside here, we can see the fans standing up above the gap.
A lot of people didn't know which street the parade was going to come up. They've been milling around for hours, literally hours, around the ballpark, asking anybody that they could find where the parade was going to go. And in some cases, even the police didn't seem to know, but they did keep the road clear, which is amazing considering sometimes the crowd has been a little bit unruly. But just about everybody is just happy and cheering and taking pictures and taking memories back. It's been a long, long time.
It's been a long time. Glenn, you know, you can feel that it's getting ready to happen. Just within the past 10 minutes, within this stadium, there's been sort of a buzz. You feel like a vibration. So I know we're getting close. It must be amazing for you to be out there.
World Series trophy.
There you go.
And it's interesting because a lot of people have gathered in the upper deck, Glenn, and they've also gathered above Ashburn Alley and above the bullpen, and they're looking out of the stadium now as they can see the parade is here, and that magic moment is just about upon us. I'm still not sure how long it's going to take them as we're approaching the 3 o'clock hour, how long it's going to take them, Renee, to get inside, because there are a lot of people outside here right now they have to satisfy first.
I wouldn't place any bets on this, Tim. I think it's going to be a slow roll, as they say. But I don't think anybody's complaining. Again, it gets back to just sort of the attitude, the feel good. People are out here to enjoy themselves. It takes as long as it takes.
It is. It's a very laid-back attitude inside here. People are grabbing their food, their drinks, taking pictures by the dozens, scores, hundreds. Everywhere you look, people want that memento of themselves inside this stadium on this particular day.
People have waited a long time for this, so it's nobody's in any rush to have it go away. Why don't we check in now with Tracy Davidson and Vi Sekahema, who are down on the field with, it looks like the gang's all here. We got Jade and John.
Yeah, they just got here because they were riding in the parade. What was that like?
Tracy, I don't know if I have words for it. John and I sort of just kept looking at each other like, this is unbelievable. And I think every player that we asked, Jamie Moyer, Ryan Howard, anyone that we could hear amidst the cheering, simply said, this is bigger than we ever could have imagined. You know, we're riding on the media bus. The players are, you know, feet, yards behind us, and people were pressed against the bus, inches from the bus. The police had to keep riding up and trying to get them back up. I couldn't even put a ballpark number on how many people are out there.
John, we saw some of your stuff that we've already aired. You said that you couldn't even get close enough to the players, but you handed a couple of guys the microphone, and you just let them go.
They were more than glad to let the people at home know what kind of experience this is. And as she talked about, the players were overwhelmed. They did not know it would be this big. Dave Montgomery and Jamie Moyer, people who experienced the 1980 parade, said this is bigger and better. And the other thing is, we talked to Michael Nutter, the mayor. If Charlie Manuel were to run for mayor right now against Mayor Nutter, Charlie would win. The whole way, we only heard two chants, Charlie, 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 and MVP. It is amazing how this town has fallen in love with Charlie Manuel for delivering this championship.
And what were the fans like along the route? Because you guys got to see it as the players passed by, as they got to be up close and personal with the players.
You know, this one woman stands out in my mind. She was bowing to the tractor trailer with the players on it. She looked like she was about to start crying. She was so emotional watching this unfold. But, you know, I've thought about this for days, coming here as a fan one night and being here. The most incredible thing about what is happening in this city is that it is bringing everybody together, from children 5, 6 years old, babies out there with their moms moms and their fathers, to people who witnessed this in 1980. Generations of all walks of life are coming together in Philadelphia today, and it is spectacular.
As we look out, home plate and along the first and third base line is the lower level is pretty much getting filled in. The outer parts of the stadium still some seats available there. But as you look up, I'm going to ask our photographer Gary Watson to take a shot up there at the upper tier. You see the people standing up there. Some of them are waving towels, but they're all pressed up against there because the parade is that close. They're all out there looking and watching the parade get closer and closer. But John, you know, you were just a kid back in 1980. You probably don't even remember it. But we're talking to the chief inspector here, who told us, you know, some of the strategies that they've had that's different as it was from what it was back then. They had the horses and the dogs, and now, you know, it looks like a much friendlier presence among the police. But it's an incredible sight to see the way people have come together. And you know, look, we work in sports, and I just don't think that there's anything else that can bring a city or people together like this. I mean, it transcends socioeconomic lines, race, religion. You know, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. I mean, it just brings people together, doesn't it?
Vi, and all of you know Philly. If somebody cuts you off, they're going to hear about it. Philadelphia is not always the nicest place, and we like it like that. Every single person today, just like the weather, is smiling. Every single person wants to shout out to their friends. And like Jade said, I was getting text messages all along the route from friends. Hey, look up to the right, look up to the left. Kids in high school, I saw my cousin out there. So it brings this whole city together. I think the city is going to have a new identity, a city of positivity. Instead of being cynical, what's going to go wrong next? I think we can actually get it done now, and people can say, we are champs. And this is amazing, the amount of people out there. I don't know who's in school today, but there are kids lined up the entire route. I don't know if they're actually teaching classes anywhere. Kids are all over this.
If they're in school, they're either watching it on the air or on our website. But what were the faces of the kids like? Because it has to be, I mean, it's an extraordinary experience for us. I can't imagine being a kid being part of it.
You know, it's funny, I said that to John along the bus route. We were both like, I can't imagine being a child and experiencing something like this. And you can hear people starting to cheer closer in the ballpark here, so they must be drawing closer. But the children just, it's almost like they can't believe it. It is almost like they're watching a movie unfold in front of their eyes, and they'll wake up tomorrow. I think we're all going to wake up tomorrow and say, wow, did this really happen? And was it as enormous as it turned out to be? You know, one of the sights I think that stood out to me, John, is when we went under the bridge of the expressway, there were people inside the bridge in the little grooves sitting up there watching. I mean, people are sitting anywhere and everywhere, from construction workers up on the bridge, hanging from buildings on the elevator.
How about the guys who are in charge of wiping down the windows on the huge buildings? They were hanging. They were hanging, taking a couple minutes off, squeegeeing the windows, and they were hanging there going like this, shaking the very thing that they were on. They could have fallen. But all the construction workers, like she said, and the guys up there, the one thing also, and you being from Boston, you know this, 86 years they ended that drought in Boston, the curse was over, and you heard people say, you know, maybe people in their 80s, 90s, they said, I can die happy now. I was talking to a couple of older ladies, and they said, this is what I've waited to see, and I can die peacefully now. That's how important this is to this city.
You can feel the momentum building in the stadium. Every time they show somebody up on the Jumbotron, there's an eruption, there's a roar. And we were here Wednesday night. Every pitch, every at-bat was so important, and you could feel the momentum. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in here when that car comes in here, rolls in here, and every seat's going to be filled. I can't imagine what this place is going to be like. I mean, I got chicken skin right now just thinking about what's going to happen, because already they're excited to see us, and just because we're on TV, we're not even a part of the team. They're so excited.
You're right. I had goosebumps seeing all the people, and I think it's amazing with the weather. We thought the baseball gods were screwing Philadelphia again by interrupting with the rain, but if they had won the World Series on Monday, it would have been freezing for the parade. Today is the best weather you could possibly have for a parade in Philadelphia, so somebody is finally shining upon us now and looking down upon us and smiling.
You almost think about that rain, you can call today a perfect 10, and you almost think about the rain as maybe it was cathartic for all those 25 years without a championship in this town. It had to pour on this city. We had to go through a storm and endure that to get to a day like this.
And now it's always sunny in Philadelphia,
There you
finally.
go. See, there you go.
Well, speaking of storm, Tim and Renee, they're right in the eye of the storm. They're up there waving. They got their red shirts on. Guys, we'll throw it back to you. Take it away.
All right, Vi, I love those comments. John Clark was so electrified and so excited his hair is standing up. I don't think he heard me.
Oh my gosh, they must want to go work for the Chamber of Commerce after that. That was beautiful. Everyone's going to want to come to Philadelphia. But it wasn't overstated, I got to tell you. It's a great day to be a Philadelphian.
Oh, look at this crowd. They're discovering a camera's pointed their way, and they are going bananas. They're just outside the stadium. And any time now, we're going to see the players, the head of the parade, the Philly fanatic, of course, who is going to be entering Citizens Bank Park. And that, Renee, is when you're going to hear this place erupt in applause.
Absolutely. I can't wait. Been waiting 25 years. It's time.
Another view of Chopper 10, and look at just a mass of people at the main entrance to Citizens Bank Park. Right behind the big scoreboard, up on the top would be the Liberty Bell, and look at that crowd of people. I've been to many ball games here and seen the crowds come and go, but never have I seen a crowd like this outside Citizens Bank Park. And inside here, the crowd is going applauding a little bit as they're playing a replay of some of the game
to get off of
in the
floats.
series
They should
on
be
the
coming
big
in here.
TV screen up behind
Tim, I was
us.
saying
So
it looks
that's why
like
you
the
hear every now
players
and
and
then.
families are starting to get off the float. So
Oh, yeah,
this
so
should
they
be
have
getting
stopped.
ready to head into the ballpark here, into the field in just a matter of minutes now.
So the moment's about to be here, and then, of course, we're going to hear all the cheering and the applause. That's going to take some time, and then the ceremony will get underway. And we, of course, with all of our cameras in here today, and also utilizing the cameras that are here on a regular basis to show you the baseball games at Citizens Bank Park, we're going to show you this ceremony like you've never seen one before, because we have it covered. I'm just taking a cursory glance around, and I can see 7 cameras just in my viewpoint, and then of course there are many more that I can't see that you're going to be able to have a vantage point from.
Which is certainly the advantage of sitting at home and watching this today, because you're able to see this from just about every vantage point, every perspective. Like Tim said, we have cameras not only throughout the stadium here, but throughout the city, capturing truly every moment of this event.
There's a shot of the American flag flying. You can see we've got a slight breeze here today. It's keeping it a little cooler, but of course if you're in the sunshine, you're doing great today. The platform where the ceremony will take place is just seated just about square over second base, facing the pitcher's mound and home plate, of course. There it is right there. And then, of course, the signature Kentucky bluegrass of Citizens Bank Park, always manicured just beautifully.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It looks great again today.
It'll be interesting to see who's out there. I would imagine it'll be the players, their families, members of the organization, officials with the Phillies organization, of course the mayor and Mrs. Nutter. Just a real great time to celebrate what's happened here this season.
You speak about players and their families. You know, the name escapes me, and it shouldn't. I should have written it down, but who was the player? Somebody will help me at some point. Vi, I'm certain will. Who just had a baby during the World Series?
Oh gosh,
the name has escaped me. Either way, I know Vi and John and Jade are aware of it. But so we have a brand new member of the Philadelphia Phillies family, and Jeff Jenkins. Thank you very much, Jeff Jenkins. Took a brief moment to have a baby during the World Series, and I don't know if his wife and the baby are here today, but nonetheless, that's a brand new member of the Phillies.
Yeah. All right, why don't we go outside the park now? Glenn Hurricane Schwartz is right outside, and he can tell us what's going on. Hey, Glenn, can you hear us?
All right, thanks a lot. It is pretty noisy around here. It's pretty crowded, and people are milling around. Now the part of the parade is going by. They still want to cheer. There's 28 years pent up cheering to do. A lot of these people weren't even born the last time the Phillies won a championship. A lot of them weren't born when the Sixers won a championship in '83. Well, I've been waiting my whole life. I go back to the '64 Phillies. That was my initiation into baseball. They just brought the World Series trophy out here, and there were tears in my eyes. Obviously, a lot of these people are not crying. They're just happy. And they're very well behaved, believe it or not. They want to get on TV, they want to cheer. They're just letting it out. Just letting it out. They've been cheering for hours, waiting for the parade to come down this way. It finally has, and now that it's gone past, now they got to find out what to do next. And I guess they don't know. They see a TV camera, they come to that. But what happens afterward? They're going down the street, I think, trying to get the parade coming back the other way, out toward Lincoln Financial Field. And the people in Citizens Bank Park are even watching what's going on outside.
Everyone, a picture with you. Okay, ready? Yes.
Day. If you didn't know it was Halloween, you'd wonder what is that masked guy doing beside him. That was Hurricane. Sounded like him. Oh, more excited than most fans are here today. Hurricane Schwartz.
Yeah. Anybody who knows Glenn knows that he is a Phillies fan, so this is certainly a big day for him along with everyone else. Well, this stadium has really filled up just in the past 5 minutes, Tim.
It has. I see a little bit of blue in the upper decks, but nonetheless, that'll fill up very rapidly. A lot of those people could be still out getting something to eat, but as soon as they realize the players have entered the field, and I believe we're looking at the location, is that where they would come in? Yes. That is out near the left field foul line. That's where they will enter. I'm sorry, did I say? Yeah, right field foul line, and that's where they will enter and come in the field, and you are going to see this place erupt in applause when that happens. As soon as they get a glimpse of a little bit of red coming through that dark hole,
it's going to
you're going to hear it.
Very exciting, and of course you can tell it's getting ready to start because you hear a lot of the background chatter, the announcers going over the lineup and last-minute details to get this celebration underway. And periodically you hear cheers and you think, here they come. Not quite yet.
Without being privy right now to the exact information of the lineup of the ceremonies, it's our understanding that the mayor will make a few comments right off the top. And what a season, what a year this has been for him. He immediately stepped forward and put on his Phillies red, his hat, his jacket, his shirt.
He's a lifelong Philadelphian, so of course he's going to be a Phillies fan.
Oh, certainly. That one scene I remember of him in the clubhouse, the locker room, right afterward, where they were pouring champagne over his head.
Tim, right now we're looking at a picture of Lincoln Financial Field, where of course fans will be there as well as here at Citizens Bank Park. You see it's...
What a day this is going to be. And we know the moment is near because we can see the Philadelphia police officers lined up out the right field foul line, getting ready for the team to come in just a few moments. They, of course, will be assembling, all getting in the correct order as they get off the trucks, maybe taking a quick break, and then coming into the field. And it still looks like they're going to have the advantage to the team members at second base as they stand on the platform. They're going to have the advantage of the warm sun. But nonetheless, just a beautiful day out here. Most people have sweatshirts on, light jackets, a few people with heavier coats, but for the most part, for the day before November,
you cannot complain about this weather.
People can wear their Phillies t-shirts and Phillies sweatshirts and not have to cover up with their heavy coats.
Okay. People just having a lot of fun out here, Tim. You know, you've got the Jumbotron up, and, you know, when people see that the camera's on them, there's a lot of waving, and everybody seems to have their own signs holding up, supporting whichever favorite Philly they're behind. It's just a great day to celebrate what's happened here this season.
This has really turned into a family event, too. I saw a man walk by a short time ago with a nice Phillies jersey on, and he had a little boy on each arm. He was leading them down the stairs. They had their little miniature-sized jerseys on. They looked like they were preschool, but nonetheless, we see a lot of other kids who normally would be in school today, and
a lot of
moms
kids
and
here.
dads.
And I think that helps to explain sort of the orderliness of what's taken place here today. When you have parents with their children, it just sets a tone.
And the other thing is they're not selling beer in the stadiums today.
Makes a difference.
It's making this a true family event, and you know, it's an effort to keep things under control, because, as you know, as people are waiting around and sipping their beer, that just leads to other things down the line.
Right. Well, that's certainly not the case so far today. It's just been, as far as we can tell, just a very well-run, well-managed
Chopper 10 is in the air, as it has been for the past couple of hours, joined by other helicopters, all getting a glimpse of the big event today. Philadelphia Police Department helicopter has been up in the air, helping their officers with crowd control. And that is exactly what you see in the foreground right there, a Philadelphia Police Department helicopter hovering around the stadium, and others in the air giving everybody a bird's eye view of what is happening here today. Another thing we didn't have in 1980 were these gyro cams that are mounted underneath the helicopters, and the ability to have these crystal clear, perfectly still images from the air showing the crowds in the stadium today, something that was just unheard of in 1980. So in reality, we're getting a look and a feel of this event that we never would have gotten back in 1980.
No, you're right. There's no doubt about that.
We're going to stay on the air throughout the afternoon. We are running late, of course. They had initially thought that the ceremony would get underway in about 1:45, close to 2 o'clock, but as we're now approaching 3:20.
And would in fact end at 3 was the original plan.
Yes. Yeah, we're now approaching 3:20, so you can imagine it's going to take a little while longer, but nonetheless, we're going to stay on the air and bring you live coverage here on NBC 10.
And nobody minds waiting after some 28 years out in the wilderness.
Yeah, we've waited that long. We can wait a few more minutes, right?
And I know somebody who would certainly agree with me on that, and that would be Glenn Hurricane Schwartz. He said he's lived all his life for this day. Glenn.
I didn't do this. Now they finished cheering for the Phillies. I'm speechless. Now the parade has gone past us. And people are milling down toward Lincoln Financial Field. And they don't know where to go next. Some of them come right toward our TV camera. Some of them are going into the park. Some of them are going to Lincoln Financial Field. No. There's one guy that actually climbed up on our truck. You know, there's just always one guy. These people are happy people. It's unbelievable. They're cheering.
All right, Glenn Hurricane Schwartz out there. You can hear the fans shouting, "Hurricane, Hurricane." Well, you know, obviously this is a big day for Phillies fans, but when the Phillies won the World Series on Wednesday night, it made news at the White House, from what we understand. George Bush that next day called Dave Montgomery from the Phillies organization to congratulate him, and just a short time ago, some of our reporters caught up with him. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, here we are back along the parade route. Jade McCarthy, John Clark. We look up, we see the World Series trophy, and David Montgomery, can you believe this today?
This is beyond belief for all of Elvis. The parade has just been exceeded expectation, and it reinforces one thing: our fans are the greatest.
The World Series, but when you see all these faces, does it really sink in what this means?
It really does, and the greatest thing, John, is bringing so much joy to so many people. That's what it's all about. You know, they've supported us, they've given us energy, and you know, this is just phenomenal. We can return something back to them.
Can you compare this to 1980?
I was a lot younger then, but I believe we started a couple blocks longer. I believe the crowd downtown exceeded, and I know what we're facing ahead is bigger.
Do you realize, you know, when Larry Boa, Dallas Green, everybody comes back, they are kings. You and everyone with this team now, kings forever in this town.
I know Charlie is.
And of course, that was Dave Montgomery, president of the Phillies. As we said, he got a call from President George Bush on Thursday morning congratulating him and the Phillies on their win. And of course, he had taken the Phillies to the White House last season. The president met with a number of the Phillies, and apparently in Thursday morning's conversation complimented Dave Montgomery on his team and the players. So it's big news for a whole lot of people today on what's happened to our Phillies.
Here's one more thing. I read an article from Philadelphia Magazine that came out last spring, and in that article at the time it estimated the value of the Phillies at about $481 million of the team. Anyway.
That was last year.
That was last 2008 in the springtime.
Okay.
And it said their value had gone up 5% for the year.
Okay.
Well, now with the World Series,
imagine what it is now.
We can only guesstimate that their value has gone up tremendously. So everybody's making money in the ownership of the Phillies.
Well, certainly the economy can use it. So we're
by the looks of it
one more
today,
thing to
too.
celebrate. One more thing to celebrate. Let's check back in with Tracy and Vi down on the field. Hey guys.
Hey Tim and Renee, this thing can officially happen because Elvis is in the building. Elvis has just walked in. You can't see him, but he just walked in. He's in the third row, shaking hands. We have Tom McCarthy, Phillies broadcaster, with us. Tom, you were telling me 15 years your career in broadcasting, 8 in the majors, but this is your first time being a part of the championship. Tell us what that's like.
Well, it was unbelievable, Vi. In fact, you know, one of the things that we went in with these expectations were how many people were going to show up, and you just really can't envision how many people are actually going to be here. And then you turn around Broad Street, and just the depth of the crowd going through the whole parade route. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, it was far exceeded any of my expectations. I'm not sure what I expected, but just hearing stories of '80, things really kind of fed off of that year. Well, from what I understand, this blew away 1980.
And you were on float one. Who was on your float, and tell me what you saw?
Well, we had all the Philly ball girls, so they made everything look good. And then the rest of us broadcasters were on there as well. Not only our Spanish radio broadcasters, but also all of us on TV and radio. So we were the lead float. The Fanatic was up on the roof of our tractor trailer as well. You know, that was kind of cool to watch him dance the whole time. And then ahead of us was Pat Burrell on the Budweiser Clydesdale carriage with his dog Elvis, which was the funniest thing in the world, watching him go through the whole parade route with that.
T-Mac, there's such a love affair with this team, and it's got to be beyond just the fact that they won the championship. I think, you know, my observance of what happened as the momentum built, it was like people believed that it was actually going to happen. Last year, not so much. You know, they got swept in the first round, but this year the momentum just continued to build and build and build, right?
Well, I think it did, and I think a lot of that had to do with September, Vi, and the way they played in September. You know, people talked about the Cubs being red hot and the Dodgers being red hot, but in all actuality, the Phillies had the best record in the month of September leading into this postseason. And I think because of their pitching, because it was so good from a depth standpoint, that's what was able to carry them into not only the pennant, the National League pennant, but also into this World Series, too.
Excellent, thank you.
T-Mac,
Thanks for sharing
appreciate it
with us.
very much. Thanks for giving us a little synopsis of what it was like to be on that float.
You enjoyed
We'd like to have that feel someday. All right.
Take a look at this. They have arrived.
It looks like they're getting here, and they're making their way into the ballpark. Let's go back to Tim and Renee.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much. This is the team arriving just across the road, the parking lots here at Lincoln Financial Field. As we said, there's Cole Hamels in the middle. Right there's a nice shot of Cole raising both arms. They're going through the link first to give a big shout out to that crowd, and then they'll be coming over here to Citizens Bank Park.
All right. Can you say MVP? You just heard it there. So they will take one lap around the field in Lincoln Financial Field and then make their way over here for the finale at Citizens Bank Park. The anticipation is building.
You know, it really worked out well that the link would be made available because it just accommodates so many more people and certainly handled the overflow, much as they did back in 1980 with the old JFK Stadium. Really
and even this isn't enough. I mean, clearly there are tens of thousands of people, or maybe even hundreds of thousands of people who can't get in, but certainly it made it somewhat more accommodating to have the link available for the fan overflow today.
It really showed a nice cooperative effort between the Eagles and the Phillies, and you know, that was also obvious during the series when I recall in one of the games they had Donovan McNabb do a recording where he announced the Phillies lineup in his sunglasses after getting a slight eye injury. But you know, it's a nice cooperative spirit between the two big teams here in Philadelphia. And you got to know that if some of them aren't here today, they're certainly watching at home. The Eagles, you know, congratulating all the Phillies on this big victory.
You're hearing the cheers, the flying Hawaiian. He's got a lot of fans here.
Yeah, it was a good story about his mom and dad came into town from Hawaii along with other family members, and they brought real Hawaiian leis with them. And because of the delay in the ball game, they had to take the leis out and put them on ice to preserve them.
Vi's wearing one of them today.
Vi has one of them now. Yeah, they want to.
Looks like they've held up very well.
And of course, Vi has flowers all over his shirt too, so he's all decked out in the spirit of the South Seas from where he's from.
The manager, the coaches.
Cole Hamels, we saw just a moment ago, really got into the spirit. He was invited on late nights, and you know, they do the top 10 countdown. One of them was, I guess it was number 2, and one of them was Cole Hamels saying, "I wish John McCain, running for president, would now call me Cole the pitcher, in the spirit of Joe the plumber." So, you know, in this political season, everybody was certainly having a lot of fun with that. There's Ryan Howard.
As we were telling you, a lot of kids in this audience today, a lot of kids in both stadiums.
There's Charlie Manuel now stepping up. It looks like they may make a few speeches here.
We need to hear "We Are the Champions" playing now.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to rock us. We will rock you pretty soon. This place is going to rock.
Any number of songs would work for what we're experiencing today.
And no question about it, you're going to hear it. You are going to hear it, and you are going to feel it right here on television as you're watching from home.
Now, of course, when they leave the link, hopefully within minutes, they'll make their way over here to Citizens Bank Park for the official ceremony.
You know, I'm having a ball with this idea of what's here now that wasn't here in 1980. And keep in mind, people have these giant TV screens in their homes now with high definition. So they're going to hear and see this like they've never seen it before.
Why don't we listen in to Shane Victorino?
Well, I just want to say thank you for all that you guys done for us this year. You guys been with us since day one. Hey, we brought this championship. We're going to celebrate tonight. Have a safe one. I want to say thank you again for me and for all my team. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a Philadelphia area native from Souderton, Pennsylvania. He's a St. Joe Hawk. He was 16-7. What a great performance. Please welcome number 50, Jamie Moyer.
Hello, everybody. You know, it was 28 years ago that I was sitting where you are. This year, 28 years later, I'm down here, and we're celebrating the same time, you're the world champion fans, and not only that, this is the damn biggest parade I ever been in my life. Hey. Christmas came 2 months early. Let's go. Hey, I love all you people. Hey, we're going to win again next year, too. Brett Myers says so.
It looks like this celebration is getting underway. We just heard from Shane Victorino, Jamie Moyer, and of course probably the biggest applause for manager Charlie Manuel, who said, I think what everybody in this stadium wanted to hear, we're going to do this again next year.
Wouldn't you love that? That would be spectacular. Jamie Moyer saying that it was a dream of his growing up in Souderton, Montgomery County, always watching the Phillies. He was here in 1980 to watch the Phillies in their championship parade. His dream was to be in the parade, and his dream is coming true at what is probably pretty close to the end of his playing career.
You also heard him he cautioned the audience tonight and the fans tonight to celebrate, but to be safe, to play it safe. And I think that's certainly, as the day wears on into the evening, that's what's on a lot of people's minds. This has been such a wonderful day. You want to keep that spirit going.
Good,
Party
wise
safely,
advice.
I think is how he put it.
Now, as you know, the link is just a hop, skip, and a jump across the road from Citizens Bank Park. And so that means, Renee, they will be here in just a few moments. They're going to get themselves together, gather up the rest of the team, and make their way across the street, across the parking lot. And they'll be entering Citizens Bank Park in the corner of the right field foul line.
This must really
in just
be
a couple of
something
minutes.
for the athletes. At some point, it would be nice to ask Visek Ahema, since he certainly has been a professional athlete in his time, what something like this means. I mean, I would imagine that after today and even the day after, it's coming down from something like this. I know Shane Victorino is heading back to Hawaii, and certainly he's facing a sad time, his passing of his grandmother. But just what this means for an athlete, what this means to an athlete to see this sort of outpouring after certainly all the years of hard work and effort that each one of them has put into it. Hoping, as you know, Jamie Moyer said, that it would culminate in this. This is their dream, but to realize that makes you wonder.
You think they're pinching themselves right now? I
know I would be.
I can also imagine they're looking forward to just a little time off. I mean, baseball is a grueling schedule. They play more games than professional football players, probably professional basketball players.
I was really surprised to see how long the season is for baseball players.
Day in, day out. They play double headers all throughout the spring, the summer, and if you make it into the playoffs and the World Series, well into the fall. So these guys all have to be looking forward to a few months off before spring training begins once again at the end of February and early March. I know I would be. I'd be looking forward to going off to some beach somewhere and just chilling out for about a month.
Wow. Well, but they have to feel the love that they're getting from the fans here today.
Look at this view of Lincoln Financial Field. It's just spectacular as we pan to the right. And we're going to see the Wachovia Center right there. And then off to the bottom left is Citizens Bank Park, and then the old Spectrum, which will be coming down very soon and replaced.
That's certainly a bit of history, isn't it?
Yeah, and replaced with a huge complex of retail and shopping, restaurants and what have you. And, you know, this complex is just beautiful. It is not in downtown Philadelphia, but nonetheless, it gets high marks from sports fans and players around the country as now one of the most beautiful sports complexes anywhere in America. And there's another shot of Lincoln Financial Field. And all this has come about just in the past 8-9 years here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Philadelphia is really undergoing a renaissance. And
there's the old Spectrum right there. It's seeing its last games with the Flyers. home of the circus now. It's been relegated pretty much home of the circus, but we'll be coming down very soon. Disney on Ice. It'll be coming down very soon, and a brand new facility will soon be going up in its place, and it's really gonna make this even more magnificent of a sports complex than it is right now.
Why don't we check in again with Tracy and Vi, who are down on the field waiting like we are for our Phillies to make their entrance. Hey guys.
Hey Tim and Renee, the anticipation here is building as people realize watching the Jumbotron that the players are right across the street, and all that separates them from the players is Patterson Avenue. And you guys were mentioning about what it's like to be a professional athlete and to have this opportunity. I never had that experience, but I can tell you, every athlete that plays football, baseball, basketball, or hockey, whatever it is, you play for this moment, and it happens to so few people. It just happens to so few people that when you get it, you got to cherish it. So my hat's off to the Phillies. What a wonderful thing. Hey, look who we got here. Hall of Fame broadcaster Harry Callis just walked in on us. We appreciate you coming to join us. Harry, tell us again how it feels and what it's like and your experience looking back on 28 years. There have been some lean years. You were all a part of it, and now to see this happen.
This was really something special, and the parade was breathtaking. To see the number of fans that were out there lining the streets of Philadelphia, cheering on this team. These fans, listen to them. They're a big reason why this 2008 team is a world championship team.
Harry, these players, this team, they're special beyond just playing on the field, beyond their enormous talents. Just a great group of guys, aren't they? They're a good bunch of people.
They really are, and it's truly a team. I mean, everybody contributed, and these guys are so supportive of one another. They are back up one another, and you know, it's just not in 1980 superstars like Steve Carlton and Michael Jack Schmidt. This team all pulled together and got the job done.
Hey, your famous call the other night on Wednesday. Do you remember what you said?
No, not exactly. No, I don't remember what I said. No. Those calls have to be spontaneous.
I think you said, he struck them out. The Phillies are world champions. I do a terrible Harry Callis. Everybody, John Clark, my partner over there, does a great one, but I do a terrible. Everybody here in town has a Harry Callis. You know that, right?
Well, it sounds fine to me, Vi. You did a good job.
You're very kind and gracious.
So they're saying that they have the tape because they want to show it, because, you know, people can't get enough of your last call. They really can't, so we're going to show it.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. The Philadelphia Phillies are 2008 world champions of baseball.
Memorable for you as well as everybody who watched it.
How many times do you see that? How many times do you see your team hoisting the World Series trophy? I mean, this has just been a remarkable season. I'll never forget it.
Thank you very much, Harry. We appreciate you. Congratulations on a wonderful career. And by the way, the players must be getting close because the families have just arrived. Everybody in the stadium is on their feet. So this is going to happen any minute now. Tim and Renee, let's send it back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Vi and Tracy, and of course the voice, Harry Callis. And as you said, Vi, while the great Harry Callis was talking to you, we saw some of the family members, some of the kids coming onto the field. What a great experience for them to see their dads participate in something like this, and the love that's being shown to them today. It's got to be, even for their young minds, just an amazing, amazing experience.
And that certainly got the crowd on their feet, too, because they know once the families come in, the players are not too far behind. They'll be here any moment. They've just finished up at Lincoln Financial Field, and this is where they will enter. They will come in through here and then make their way along in front of the crowd. And then there's a red carpet, if you will. It's kind of a canvas. It's lined from the side of the field, out to the second base area, the infield, where they will take their seats up on a high platform, and then a beautiful vantage point for all the people in the crowd will be able to see them easily.
Everybody on their feet. Just a few minutes ago, we went through the wave a couple of times. That's always fun. You almost feel like you're waiting for a baseball game, don't you?
It does.
We've done the wave. We had the 7-inning stretch a little while ago.
Oh, yeah.
What
it's a very well-behaved crowd.
Yes, it is.
I'm impressed.
One of the best I've ever seen. But again, like we were saying, I think it's because this was really turned into a family event. People felt like they could bring their kids, their wives, their families to celebrate this.
This is something these players will be able to tell their kids about in years to come.
Sure.
Save the tape of it. And here comes the trophy. It is arriving, and it would appear that
shadows a bit.
Well, I can't tell yet. Those are players, but nonetheless, they're coming in one by one, making their way into the stadium. And again, we're going to stay on the air here.
And of course, you're going to hear the applause any second now as they start
This
to
is
file
somewhat
in here.
behind schedule, but we're going to stay right with it until the conclusion. And that, of course, will take us into our ordinary news hour, which starts at 4 o'clock on NBC 10. So we've got plenty of time, and we're going to be here throughout. You're not going to miss a beat. You're going to see it from every camera angle you can
But we know what
imagine.
the top story is today, right? We may have other news of the day to bring you, but we know what the top story is today.
Yeah, unlike Harry Callis's famous phrase, we are not going to be out of here anytime soon.
Like Vi says, everybody has a Harry Callis impression, including you, Tim Lake.
All right, now here they come. You can see the red shirts. We presume those are the players because they're all walking in a straight line. Yeah, I can make them out now. They're still outside, making their way underneath, and then of course they'll be coming out onto the open field. And luck would have it, the sun, the earth is moving just right, and the sun is shining perfectly in the corner where the team will first make their entrance onto the field. The entire field earlier was draped in sunshine, but now, as we're getting later on in the afternoon, there is now a direct shot of sunshine for the corner right where the team will enter. It's almost as if a spotlight is on them. And we haven't spoken in a few minutes about the crowd outside, but where do you suppose that big sea of people has gone from Broad Street as they made their way down toward the stadium?
It's anybody's guess, Tim. I can tell you this, if they don't have a ticket, they're not in here. We know that. I would imagine that they are outside this stadium waiting. I mean, people just
there
seem
are
to
large
sort of
screen
follow.
TVs out there. Well, look at this. Here we go. There are
People want
large
to see
screen
this
TVs out there,
celebration.
and people are right here gathered around watching one of them. Here's another one. You can see them right at the top of the of your television screen. Speakers on the right and the left, and the large screens are right here.
There you
and
go.
you can see how part of the crowd, at least, is gathered to watch them.
So their walk was not in vain.
The view from Chopper 10, of course, is just a spectacular view as you're looking at the scene outside of Citizens Bank Park.
Oh, I think we're getting ready to. I feel like
All
I've
the
been saying
families are
that
in
for a
place.
while. We're getting ready, but I really do think we're getting ready to see some of the players come out. We've seen the families come out, their kids.
And yes, I do see a vehicle lined up in the tunnel. You can see the headlights of vehicles in the tunnels getting ready to come in.
Any second now, this place is going to erupt in applause and cheering like you've never heard.
Now the ceremony is going to be, we'll have the announcer who will be the normal stadium public address announcer will be Dan Baker. So he will be introducing the lineup and announcing such things as here are your 2008 world champion Philadelphia Phillies. And you know,
you can't
it's going
hear
to feel
that
great
enough.
to hear
You can't
that.
say it enough.
It's just going to feel great to hear that. Here's the stage right now, the view directly above from Chopper 10. Look at that as we pull out. You see the field, and right there on the right-hand side of the families all gathered around. And then you can just see the massive crowd of people in this stadium. 43, I believe it's 43 some thousand seats, 43 some thousand seats inside this ballpark. We hope you're going to stay with us today because this is going to be an exciting event, one that Philadelphia Philly fans have waited 28 years to see for the Phillies and 25 years to see anyone in any kind of a championship celebration here in the city of Philadelphia.
Well, we've been calling it a celebration. I don't know if
many
the
other
viewers at home can
cities, our
see
arch
it yet,
rivals,
but you have kids that are out on the diamond dancing. I said, I don't think our viewers at home can see it. Hopefully we'll get a shot of it. But we had kids that were out on the diamond dancing.
There they are. Yes, we have them on now.
There we go. All right.
Family members. I believe that section is reserved for family members of the Phillies.
This is a family celebration, and it starts with the Phillies players and their kids.
All right, here's the cars lined up in the tunnel, ready to arrive in the stadium. Always wonder who starts those cheers, but it doesn't take long for the entire crowd to catch on and start chanting, "Let's go Phillies."
All right, why don't we go down on the field now where Vi and Tracy are with Mayor Nutter. Hey, guys.
And you're having a great time. You're having a ball.
I'm having a ball. This is so incredible. The fans have been great. The players are excited. Charlie Manuel should be so proud. Dave Montgomery, the entire Phillies organization, they have set this town upside down, and we could not be more proud of them.
You fulfilled all your promises already. The Soul get a championship, the Phillies. Now we need you to get the Stanley Cup here and a Super Bowl championship. Mayor, incredible
and we'll
job.
work on the Sixers, too.
And the Sixers.
Absolutely.
Everybody, but it's got to be incredible.
It's wonderful. No, it's a great feeling. It's an incredible achievement. This city has been waiting for a long time. The Phillies have made them so proud. The Soul did it, and we're hopeful for the rest of our teams. But it's really brought everyone together and given a spirit of unity, which is really what Philly's all about.
I loved how stern you were in the press conference yesterday with the people. Hey, don't be an idiot out there, right?
Yeah. We'll leave the J word for later, but I'm not playing around about it. We can have a good time. You can be celebratory. Don't be destructive. Don't be a knucklehead out in the streets. We're better than that, and we need to show it every day.
And so far, with the massive crowds, I think it's relatively, I was just talking to Commissioner Ramsey, it's relatively been all in order.
When you look at the mass of people out there, I don't know what the estimate is. It's a lot. And folks were tremendously well behaved. I'm very, very proud of what the citizens did during the course of the parade, and I want the same behavior after this celebration here today. Let's just go on and take it into the evening in a nice way.
You know what we love about you, Mayor? You understand sports, you know baseball, you understand the games, the nuances of the games, and you understand the fans because you're a Philadelphian.
I'm a Philadelphian. I'm a fan. I've watched this team all my life, and they've had their ups, they've had their downs. They're up now, and that's the same way the city is going because we're number one.
Mayor Nutter, thank you very much. Congratulations to you. You look great in red, by the way.
Have a good time.
All right.
Renee.
All right, Tracy and Vi. Okay, Tracy and Vi and Mayor Nutter, thanks so much. As you heard, we're getting ready to get started with our program here. The mayor, you know that music if you're a Phillies fan. We're getting ready to have the players come out. We heard the mayor tell us that he wants us to have a good time today, but to also be safe. Play it smart. The crowd here, those seats that we thought were empty, Tim, have filled up with the exception of a few up at the top section. This program is getting ready to get started. The kids are out on the diamond. The players' kids are out there dancing. Any minute now, we expect to see these players come out on the field. Years it's taken for this to happen in the city of Philadelphia, and we are just about ready to bring out your World Championship Philadelphia Phillies.
And I'll tell you, Renee, it doesn't get much better than this. Everybody is on their feet right now, chanting, clapping, ready for the 2008 World Series champion Philadelphia Phillies to enter Citizens Bank Park. Can you imagine what the players are feeling right now?
I can't. I think Vi touched on it a little bit when he said that as a player, you worked your whole professional career to have this happen, and it happens for so few players that when you're actually able to achieve something like this, it's the pinnacle. It doesn't get any better.
And also, they were so focused on these final games, with the rain out, all the difficulties they had just getting to the end, that you presume they probably didn't have time to even think about such a victory.
Exactly. But it's here now. All of that's behind us. This is the start of something really big, I think Philadelphia fans will tell you. As you see signs going up throughout this crowd, repeat. This is an experience you want to have again.
Look at the crowds leaning over the railing, waiting to see their teammates, and there the Phillies family kids dancing out on the infield.
You got the towels waving.
That's in response to a message up on the TV saying, "Get loud." So people, of course, are responding to that immediately.
They say, you haven't heard anything yet. Wait until these players come out on this field. That's when it's going to get loud.
Dan Baker will be the voice you'll hear, the public address announcer for the team, the stadium announcer for the team. He will be introducing them as they come out. He has his script in front of him. He's standing in front of his microphone.
Welcome to beautiful Citizens Bank Park, the home of the world champion Philadelphia Phillies. We would have been here a little sooner, you see, but on our way here, we had a few friends that wanted to stop and say hi. Awesome. Awesome on the streets of Philadelphia. You have always been world-class fans in Philadelphia, and you deserve a world championship baseball team. And they are here for you. And we're going to meet them all in just a moment. First, though, let me introduce the mayor of Philadelphia, the Honorable Michael Nutter. Phillies fans, please say hello to the president of the Philadelphia Phillies, David Montgomery. Next on our program, a group of folks who have been with the ball club since day one of spring training every day during this magical championship season. You don't always see them during a game, but believe me, without them, the Phillies could not have won a world championship. Phillies fans, please welcome first Frank Kopenbarger, Director, Team Travel and Clubhouse Services. Kevin Steinauer, Manager, Visiting Clubhouse. Phil Sheridan, Manager, Home Clubhouse. Dan O'Rourke, Manager, Equipment and Umpire Services. Scott Sheridan, Head Athletic Trainer. Mark Anderson, Assistant Athletic Trainer. Dog Lynn, Strength and Conditioning Coordinator. Ali Modami, Batting Practice Pitcher. Kevin Camasholi, Video Coordinator. And Dave Huppert, our Lehigh Valley Manager. And now, Phillies fans, someone who needs no introduction because he always shows up whenever the heck he wants to, wherever the heck he wants to, and he just had a heck of a 4 miles or so. Phillies fans, please say hello to the #1 mascot in sports, now the world champion mascot, the Philly Fanatic! can't make it out here to beautiful Citizens Bank Park are able to watch and listen to the best baseball broadcast in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start by welcoming our Spanish language broadcasters, Danny Martinez and Bill Kulik. Phillies fans, please welcome our pre- and post-game host, Jim Jackson. And now, the guys who bring you all the exciting action of Phillies baseball. Phillies fans, say hello to Tom McCarthy, T-Mac, Chris Wheeler, the Sarge, Gary Matthews, the radio play-by-play voice of your Phillies, Scott Bransky. And now please welcome LA, Larry Anderson. Phillies fans, please give a warm welcome to the Hall of Fame voice of the Philadelphia Phillies, Harry Kalas. Call, Phillies fans. You want to see it one more time? I thought so. Please turn your attention to Fanavision and we'll all enjoy it one more time.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. The Philadelphia Phillies are 2008 World Champions of Baseball. Does it again and stays perfect for the 2008 season.
A baseball team, Phillies fans, isn't like a family, it is a family. And the family members of our world champions have joined us here on the field. Let's hear it for them, everybody. The family members of your world champions. Now, Phillies fans, please welcome the voice of Citizens Bank Park, Dan Baker. Danny?
Thank you, Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the right field corner for a parade of the world champions riding in Toyota convertibles. And here they come. Third base coach Steve Smith.
This is Tim Lake along with Renee Chenault-Fattah, and you are watching live coverage of the 2008 Parade of Champions, the Philadelphia Phillies, on NBC 10 News at 4.
Scoot back some.
of the puzzle. Please turn your attention to the flagpole in center field. All season long, we have 9 players on the field. But here in Philadelphia, we always have a 10th. You, the greatest fans in the United States of America. It was your passionate support and electricity that sparked the spark for this World Championship. Thank you so much. Our players love you. We all love you. Thank you for being so great. We have selected 4 fans to help ballpark operations director Mike DiMuzio raise the World Championship pennant. 4 fans representing you thousands of fans who supported this ball club. Mark Wilson, Matt Harris, Teresa Crow, Megan Kimball. Would you help Mike DiMuzio please raise the championship penny here at Citizens Bank? Mayor of the City of Brotherly Love, Mayor Michael Nutter, has supported this team all year long. He is behind us all year long. Would you welcome, please, Mayor of our great city, Mayor Michael Nutter.
Good afternoon. It's the only chance I'm ever going to get to be introduced by Harry Callis. Hey, Philadelphia, we won! City, and I just want to congratulate the entire Phillies organization, Dave Montgomery, Mike Stiles, Pat Gillick, and Charlie Emanuel. Bill Giles and Mike Harris and the entire Phillies organization, we salute you, the city of Philadelphia. We thank all of our employees and the great work that they did today, and certainly the Philadelphia Police Department and many, many others. We're very happy for the Philadelphia Phillies. The entire region has been brought together. We salute you. We thank you. You are the world champions, and right here in the World Championship City, the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, Philadelphia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Nutter. Our next guest, the Philadelphia Phillies are a family, and our guest is one of the big reasons why. He's the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Phillies, David Montgomery.
First, the words come to mind. Thank you, Philadelphia. Our fans have provided such tremendous support all year long. We see it again today with the energy and the passion that is unique to Philadelphia fans. Congratulate yourself. I want to take this opportunity to thank the city behalf of our entire organization, and I must single out the Philadelphia Police Department above all others for giving us a safe passage here to Citizens Bank Park. Thank you. In a moment, you're going to hear from Pat Gillick. I must say, in these 3 years, the fine-tuning he's done to bring us here, along with Mike Arbuckle and Ruben Amara, deserves a little applause. And my final thought, very simply, Charlie, 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 Charlie.
Charlie will be joining us in just a second. David Montgomery mentioned the general manager. This is his 3rd World Championship. He is a successful wherever he is at. Welcome, please, Pat Gillick.
I have 3 thank yous. Thank you to our players. Thank you to our manager, whose nickname is Fook. Not Charlie, Fook! And I want to thank the management and the ownership of the Philadelphia Phillies for giving me the opportunity to be with you. Thanks again.
Thank you, Pat. The man that led this club to the World Championship. The players love to play for him. He is a wonderful man and a great manager. His name is Charlie Manuel.
If you can hear me, I'd like to tell a story. About 2 years ago, I was having a business meeting with Pat Gillick and Dave Montgomery. And in that meeting, Dave Montgomery told me, he said, Charlie, you've got a lot of seconds. I don't have no damn seconds no more. For about the last 4 years, we've been talking about winning a championship here in Philadelphia. And our ultimate goal has been winning the World Series. And you know, like I think we've got it done. And I tell you, I want to thank you for the help that you've given us. You're definitely a big part of it. And today's event was probably, it's the greatest thing I ever seen in my life. I will always remember it. I want to thank our players. We've got some great players, but they have tremendous attitudes. Hey, and the great chemistry on our ball club and a lot of determination. And they're very resilient. They love to play baseball, and that's part of it. And as far as that goes, I just want to thank everybody in Philadelphia. And the old saying is, yo, man, we love you.
The second to last day of the season came on September 27th when the Phillies beat out those New York Mets to win the National League East. Let's take a look at the video of that clinching of the National League East on September 27th. It was a great double play turn by J-Roll, Utley, and Howard. You won't see it right now. But what you will do is hear from a man that hit 2 home runs in the clinching game of the division series. Would you welcome, please, Pat Burrell.
We did it. We finally did it, didn't we? Listen, I'm going to keep this short. There's a lot of guys that are going to talk. I think you guys know how important this was for me. Being here as long as I have. None of this would have been possible without you guys, and I want to thank you guys so much for the support over the years. You made this whole thing possible, and I want to thank you again.
Our next guest set an all-time Phillies club record for runs batted in the postseason, 13 of them. He's the flying Hawaiian, Shane Victorino.
As my teammates would always say, I talk so much, but I'm gonna keep this short. I want to say thank you guys for being with us from day one. You guys are a big part of our success, and this is only one of many. So be here next year. Thank you guys very much. Celebrate and have fun. Thank you.
He was a winning pitcher in one of the division championship games and a winning pitcher in the league championship series. But I think more importantly, this guy batted .800. He was 4 for 5 in postseason. Welcome, Phillies pitcher Brett Meyer.
All right, I'm going to steal some of the words of the late, great Lou Gehrig. Today, I am the luckiest man in the world. I want to thank all you fans for coming out, sticking behind me through all my struggles, and to be able to perform in front of you guys is a great experience. It is one of the best ever. You guys have made it worthwhile for me to pitch here. This is one of the greatest cities I've ever been in my entire life. This field, this city, I consider it home. You guys have won my heart. I thank you guys for everything, and I hope that you guys will be behind me and this team for the rest of our duration here. And I appreciate everything. Thank you.
First step to winning the World Championship was beating Milwaukee in the division series. Let's see the video of the clinching over the Brew Crew.
And they've got the pieces set up, as you said. If they win this game, they've got their rotation right the way they want it.
This could be it. Jimmy Rollins takes care of Kendall, and the Philadelphia Phillies are heading to the National League Championship Series. A date with the Dodgers is next as Brad Lidge closes the door on the Brewers, and the Phillies win 3 out of 4 against Milwaukee.
Our next guest during the regular season won 16 games. What a thrill for him to win a world championship in his home city. The Souderton High School product, the St. Joe's Hawk. What a play he made on Carl Crawford's bunt. The but the umpire blew the call. I'll never forget it. Welcome, please, Jamie Moyer.
Well, as you all know, I grew up here in this area. I grew up with the Phillies. I lived and died with the Phillies just like you have. In 1980, I was at the parade. Today, you guys dwarfed that parade of 1980. I had a dream watching that parade of someday being in a World Series, not knowing where that may take place. But in 2008, it took place in what I call my hometown, Philadelphia. And I can't be any more happier to have been a player on this team with this group of guys, bringing World Series back to Philadelphia, where for 28 years you've been starved of a winner. And it's my great fortune to be a part of this group to bring you guys a World Series. So thank you very much, and hopefully we can do it again. Thank you.
Our number one pitcher, the MVP of the League Championship Series, the MVP of the World Series. He didn't lose a postseason game and came very close to being the only pitcher to be 5-0 in postseason. Welcome, please, Cole Hamels.
Well, from the very first day I got to step on this field, I was truly excited because of the support that you guys give us. But after today, I'm even more amazed by the support that you guys give us. The one thing that I cannot wait to do is go down that Broad Street parade again, again, and again. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you guys next year at this same point.
He got the final out in the 2008 World Series. 48 for 48 in save opportunities. A perfect season for a closer. As I introduce Brad Lidge, how about a little support for him by chanting, sigh, sigh, sigh. Brad Lidge.
Let me just say a few things. When I first came here, I was overwhelmed with you guys. I was overwhelmed with my teammates, and I felt like the luckiest person in the world to be here. Every time I came out onto the mound in the ninth inning, I used your guys' energy. And let me tell you something, that last pitch, the final out, the final strike of the World Series, you guys, I let you in, and we won that thing together with everyone else here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Brad. To get to the World Series, we had to get through those Los Angeles Dodgers. And let's enjoy the clinching of the win over the Dodgers to propel the Phillies to the World Series.
Stripe juice.
A 3-2 pitch, swing and a pop-up. This game is going to be over. Carlos Ruiz squeezes it, and the Phillies are the National League champions. The Phils move on to the World Series. Brad Lidge fittingly gets the final out as the Phillies have won it by a score of 5-1. Taking the Dodgers in 5 games in this league championship series. Our next guest led the majors in home runs and runs batted in. A Rookie of the Year, a Most Valuable Player, the Gentle Giant. Welcome, please, Ryan Howard.
I'm taking it all in right now. I want to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. You guys showed us so much support. Without you, none of this would have been possible. We're looking forward to try to do this again, like Cole said, year after year after year. But in order to do that, we need you guys in our corner to pick us up and cheer us all the way on like you did this year. Thank you.
Our next guest hit 3 home runs in the postseason, but he also contributes with his glove work all the time. In the clinching World Series game, he threw out the potential tying run at home plate. He does it day in and day out. Phillies second baseman, Chase Utley.
World champions. World fucking champions.
This is Tim Lake along with Renee Chenault-Fattah, and as this is live television, we just want to take a moment and apologize for that outburst of profanity just a moment ago that you heard right here at the celebration.
Thanks again.
I think what Chase last said is so true. One of the reasons that this team won the World Championship of Baseball is they are epitome of the word team. They pull together, and every one of the players on this stage contributed. They are a great team. Our next guest is the reigning National League Most Valuable Player. Hit a leadoff home run in the clincher against Milwaukee. Hit another leadoff home run against the Dodgers, and always brings his leather. Always brings that glove. Welcome, please, Phillies shortstop, J-Roll, Jimmy Rollins.
Honestly, I don't know how to follow up Chase. But man, what a year. What a year, 2008. I know a lot of people made a big deal about the numbers, 80 and 08. And I think there's something special about that. It's been 28 years since the Phillies brought home a championship. And, you know, we felt the heat. You know, we came to the ballpark some days, and you gave us the business. And there were definitely days that you put us on your backs and carried us through. So, there were, you know, there's a lot of things made in the offseason. You know, we could talk about the New York Mets and that great guy. He's a real good pitcher, Mr. Johan Santana. But there was one thing that they forgot, that it takes more than one player to bring home a championship. And this is what we got here. Thank you.
Thank you, J-Roll. Yes, the Philadelphia Phillies are 2008 world champs. These are the guys that got it done. Let's relive the final out of the 2008 World Series. Fans on their feet. Rally towels are being waved. Brad Lidge stretches. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. The Philadelphia Phillies are 2008 World Champions of baseball. Does it again and stays perfect for the 2008 season. 48 for 48 in save opportunities, and let the city celebrate. Don't let the 48-hour wait diminish the euphoria. And you wonderful fans are a big reason for this 2008 World Championship. We thank you. We love you. Now, once again, here's Scott Palmer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Harry Callis, everybody. Phillies fans, a long-standing tradition at Phillies events is a victory lap around the ballpark. To conclude this afternoon's program, your world champion Phillies will now parade around Citizens Bank Park one final time in 2008. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
In 2008's Philadelphia Phillies taking a final victory lap of the season around the field here at Citizens Bank Park. We've been watching the celebration all afternoon, and it certainly has been a good one for the entire region around Philadelphia.
Tim, I think you really could feel from the comments from the players how touched, how moved they were by the fans' tribute today, both from the parade and then, of course, here at this stadium. I don't know if you could tell it from the video that people at home are watching, but throughout this entire ceremony, everyone was on their feet, standing, genuinely listening and applauding to what these players had to say. It was a very reciprocal sort of event here today where the players were feeling the love and the fans were giving it right back to them. And look at the fireworks display. How fitting, with Charlie Emanuel walking with the fireworks going off behind him. Just really a very special day here at Citizens Bank Park. You see our Vi Sekahema down there. I don't think Vi knows we're watching them. Look at that. What a spectacular
Yeah, the view from Chopper 10 outside Citizens Bank Park as the fireworks now take over. It's just been a fabulous afternoon here live at Citizens Bank Park, and you're watching it all right now on NBC 10 News at 4.
What a spectacular show from start to finish. You know, this is about baseball today, but you know, Tim, I think it's also a lot more than just baseball. We in the news have to present so much somber information to people. It seems like, especially lately with the financial crisis, we're getting ready to head into a historic election where we're either going to get the first black president or the first woman vice president. So it was really great to have a day where, regardless of your socioeconomic standing, regardless of your politics, we can all come together and celebrate and feel good about what's taking place in our city of Philadelphia. It was a very important day on a lot of levels.
All right, and the celebration continues on the Parade of Champions here on NBC 10 News at 4. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Back here at Citizens Bank Park, you've just seen the Parade of Champions come to a conclusion. People are filing out very orderly, everyone with a smile on their face, feeling really good about this past season. And as you heard from several of the players, looking forward to doing this again next season.
Yeah, you can see the players making their last trip into the dugout, carrying the trophy. There goes Charlie Manuel, leaving the Citizens Bank Park here. All of them off for a nice long vacation now, we presume, taking their families with them. But just what a spectacular day. You heard a lot of heartfelt, warm words from the players as they truly appreciated the fans for supporting them throughout the season, and especially through the championship series and leading up to the final win here for the World Series.
All right, why don't we check in with Vi Sikahema? We're taking a shot at the Philly fanatic, but Vi, your last thoughts on what we've seen here over the past several hours.
Tim and Renee, just an incredible scene. It has been a love fest here as the players make their way around, sharing the championship trophy with the fans. It has been an incredible experience, and like most opportunities with teams like this, they're going to have to make some hard decisions over the offseason as to who they keep. There's about 10 guys up whose contracts are up, among them Pat Burrell. They're going to have to make a decision on him. Cole Hamels is eligible for arbitration. So they've got to make some hard decisions, but it's, you know, they're going to do what's best for this club to do this again and again and again. As the players themselves said, they want to be able to have this experience over and over and over again. Look at the fanatic. He's driving around like a madman. It is absolutely incredible. We'll have much more coming up at 5 o'clock with Tracy. Guys, back to you.
Live, Vi. You know, I think there was a bit of trepidation going into today after what we saw happen on Wednesday night. And I've got to tell you that I think, to a fault, everyone who was out here today, they came here with the spirit of having a good time. They're proud of the city. They're proud of their Phils. And it's just been a great day from start to finish, including the young man behind us who's very happy to be here. He may be the rowdiest guy we've seen all afternoon.
Well, it certainly has. And, you know, they keep saying, do it again, do it again. Let's hope they do, because I would love to be sitting right in this same spot next year, even sooner than that. But nonetheless, it's just a spectacular experience for the city of Philadelphia, for the whole region, for that matter.
Absolutely. It was 28 years in the making, and I think everyone would agree that while it was a drought, it was certainly worth the wait, the celebration that this city has seen take place, and will actually probably go on for the whole weekend into next season.
I think it will. This certainly does something for ticket sales as well. You're going to see people lined up to get seasons tickets because they're going to want to see their champions play once again next year. It's certainly been a fabulous afternoon, but it's not over yet. We're going to continue our live coverage here on NBC 10, because in just a moment our coverage will continue on NBC 10 News. All that and more coming up next.